Well, good morning. I want to welcome everyone here that's joined us in the gallery, everyone joining us from home. I think we got a little break from the heat from yesterday, but we're not in the city, which is where I was this weekend. Believe me, we're very fortunate. Councillor Tapley has sent along her regrets. She won't be joining us this morning. It is Tuesday, June 24th, 2025, and this is Township of Lake Bay's Planning Matters Hybrid Public Meeting. So I have a script here I need to read, so please bear with me. Please be aware we're recording this meeting for the public record. All information provided is being collected pursuant to the Planning Act, be used for the purpose of garnering your input, to respond to inquiries, and to be notified of future meetings, and is considered public information. This meeting's now being called to order. Are there any additions to the agenda? Thank you very much. Moved by Councillor Papard, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Be it resolved, the Council for Planning Matters meeting agenda dated June 24th, 2025 be adopted as amended. And the additions are under reports and bylaws, bylaw amendment application Z0525 LOB Blocker and Huck, comments Hikes, comments Morrison, comments Tremaine, and then 6DI housekeeping amendment number 2 parking provision Z3624 LOB revised, public comments Stevenson, public comments Smith. Okay, so for that one, all in favor? Thank you, committee. And good morning to you all. Okay. During this meeting, council will be dealing with a variety of planning applications. Generally, the Planning Act requires that a public hearing be held before council makes a decision on an application. The public hearing serves two purposes. First, to present to council and the public details and backgrounds to the proposed applications, and second, to receive comments from the public and agencies before a decision is made. In this regard, I'd like to read the following statements. With respect to site-specific amendments to the Community Planning Permit Bylaw under Section 34, subsection 12, the council shall ensure that sufficient information and materials made available to enable the public to understand generally the zoning proposal that's being considered by the council. The staff report in each application is available on the township website, along with reports submitted in support of an application under Section 34, subsection 14.5. Council shall ensure that information is made available to the public regarding who's entitled to appeal. The applicant, a specified person as defined by the Planning Act, a public body, or the registered owner of land to which the bylaw would apply, who before the bylaws passed made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to the council or the minister, may appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal not later than 20 days after the day giving of notice is completed. Okay, good morning, Councillor Papard. You're going to read the land acknowledgements, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Amen. We recognize that we gather on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee nations, acknowledging we are settlers here. We make our homes today on land bound by Treaty 13. It is through the long stewardship over thousands of years and the forced sacrifice of the original inhabitants that we are able to make this beautiful place our home. The ongoing stewardship of the environment is a legacy we must strive to treasure and preserve as we continue to learn from one another and grow together, sharing our collective history. We invite everyone to investigate the findings of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee and the treaties that still bind all of us so that we may share this land with honor and respect. Miigwech. Thank you.
Miigwech, Councillor Papard. Thank you. We have no delegations. We have a consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Brooks. Whereas items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and enacted in one motion, council members may request one or more items be removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion and or action. Each and every matter of business contained in the consent agenda is recorded separately in the minutes of the meeting. And whereas Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays reviewed the consent agenda consisting of various proposed resolutions, bylaws, now therefore be resolved, the Mayor and Council approve and adopt recommendations contained in the consent agenda dated June 24th, 2025, and direct staff to proceed with all the necessary administrative actions. Now, no one asked me to pull anything. Is everyone good with this? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, under reports and bylaws, if you wish to speak to an application, you'll be required to raise your hand and come forward to the delegation stand, or if attending the meeting virtually, use the meeting controls to raise your hand and you'll be called by name to speak. Clearly state your name and address explain your views on the application being presented by the applicant. Please note that your comments will be recorded. Those who have spoken or provided written comments will be added to the mailing list to receive a copy of the decision. Okay, under amendments to bylaw 2021-111, bylaw amendment application Z5124 LLB Ilms. Report would be Esther. Good morning. Did I say that right?
Eyelines.
Eyelines, thank you. Wow. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Council. The purpose of this application is to permit the expansion of an existing legal non-conforming dwelling at 1175 Dwight Beach Road on Lake of Bays within the community of Dwight. Members of Council will recall that this application was originally heard by Council at the April 29th meeting, where staff recommended denial. The application was deferred at the request of the applicants to allow time for the proposal to be revised to address Council's concerns. The applicants have submitted a supplemental technical flood study in addition to the original technical study to support the revised proposal. Staff remain of the opinion that this application should be denied. It is the opinion of staff that the application does not conform to the provincial planning statement and township and district official plans regarding development within the flood-prone lands. A quick refresher of the current zoning. The property is designated Settlement Tourist Commercial Planning Permit Area with exception E33. A 1994 site-specific bylaw permitted 2 dwellings and a marina to be developed in the manner shown on the schedule, which forms part of the bylaw, which is shown on the slide. A bylaw amendment application is required to amend the schedule. And another quick refresher, we've not changed any of these photos since the April meeting. The property is developed with 2 legal non-conforming dwellings, a garage, and a boathouse. The dwelling to the north was rebuilt in 2022 and did not require planning approval because it was replaced 1-for-1. The new septic was also installed at that time. The proposal is seeking permission to demolish the 1-story cottage to the south and construct a 2-story dwelling in the general location of the original. The new location will be set back further from the water to comply with the 20-meter shoreline yard setback as required by the community planning permit bylaw. The 1-story dwelling subject to this application has an existing gross floor area of 1,111.7 square feet. The revised ground floor area of the proposed 2-story dwelling has been reduced to 1,546.36 square feet, which represents a 39.1% increase, where a 49.9% increase was originally requested. The entire property is located within the static floodline elevation according to the District of Muskoka constraint mapping, which is shown by that purple hatching. According to both technical flood studies submitted by the applicants, a 2017 topographical survey indicates that the elevation of the existing cottage is located at an approximate elevation of 316.2 meters above sea level. Based on staff discussions with the District of Muskoka and the 2023 floodplain mapping study retained by the district, which is known as the Hatch Report, the static floodline elevation level for Lake of Bays is due to the Baysville Dam, which has the capacity for a regulatory flood at a level of 317.18 meters above sea level. Therefore, the dwelling is located on flood-prone lands. It is the opinion of staff that provisions for safe access during a flood event have not been addressed by this application. Further, staff opine that details have not been provided regarding potential negative offsite impacts as a result of the proposed site alteration. Finally, it is the continued opinion of staff that the proposed 39.1% expansion does not constitute a minor expansion. District staff recommended that the application be denied and opined that the application appears to be inconsistent with the provincial planning statement and Muskoka official plan policies for surrounding development in a floodway. The district comments are attached to the staff report. It is the opinion of staff that the proposal does not maintain the intent of the 2024 provincial planning statement the District of Muskoka official plan, nor the Township of Lake of Bays official plan and community planning permit bylaw with respect to development proposed within flood-prone lands. Staff are recommending the application be denied. I'm available for any questions. The applicant's agent is present this morning as well, and I believe the applicants themselves are on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Esther. Committee, questions for Esther? I don't know if you all remember the case, yeah? Councillor Croy, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. And I don't expect staff to answer this one, but I just found it a little confusing when the district is saying that the flood plain is 317.18 and Duke Engineering, who is a reliable engineer for the area, says it's 315.84, which is what the ministry says. So I'm confused there. Just, you know, that's a foot, 1.5 meters difference, which is quite a significant amount. So that's why I'm having trouble with the floodplain proposal.
Okay, thank you. Can anyone make comment on that? I've got let me take the first shot at it. And as I understand it, the measurement that the district uses is the measurement at the bridge or at the dam, right? And so that measurement is used for an awful lot of things. And that's the measurement that we kind of make judgment calls on. So, and then as far as Mr. Duke's assessment of it, a measurement, it would be their assessment on what the measurement is. So this is a common thing where we're given by staff this, and then agents will come and say, well, no, have you thought about it this way? So the truth of the matter is that we have to go by some rule. That measurement at the dam is the rule that we have to go by to make decisions. So that's the difference. But yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just supplement to that. Yeah, I could understand that, but they're also saying that that's the ministry's elevation. So if that's what they're claiming, if that's true, then there seems to be a discrepancy there.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Godar.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. So just to sum it up, the only thing they've come back with is shrinking in size. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, anyone else with questions? Okay, if we had the agent, would you like to come forward?
And Lanny, it's Steve. I apologize, but is it okay if I sort of just provide an introduction of myself?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I'll get to you in a minute. Okay? I've got to follow procedure. I appreciate that you're wanting to speak, but please don't do that again, or that we'll have another problem. So I'll go to your agent who's here. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I guess you can hear me. It's on.
Yes, we can hear you.
I struggle with technology, so
Although you have a soft, quiet voice, but we can hear you.
that's what I was. Yeah, Lanny Dennis Planning, Box 254, Nova, Ontario, P0A1R0. Represent the owner, who you've seen is online. Dan Duke from Duke Engineering is here this morning, as well as Randy Blaine, the building company. Certainly appreciate the efforts of staff bringing the application forward. I just want to take a bit of time to address their comments and provide some additional merits to the proposal. Just wanted to clarify, and Dan's probably the person to do this, but when we talk about the 317.18 meter ASL, that includes what's called a wave run-up. There's actually a still water elevation that is used and was set by M&R, and that's 315.84 meters. In my experience with using flood elevations, it's always been the static or still water, the 100-year flood elevation. So buildings that are being constructed have to be above those lands as it pertains to flooding. And M&R is the one that sets that number, and M&R is the one that needs to change it. And so Dan can deal with that in more detail from a technical issue, but that's the main difference between the two different elevations. With respect to access, I don't think there was too much of a concern by committee the last time. It just there's a policy in the provincial planning statement and the district official plan states unless it's been demonstrated that the site has safe access appropriate for the nature of the development and the natural hazard. So it's sort of up to you folks. It's sort of, it allows some flexibility. So with respect to the access, I raised this at the last meeting. I don't believe that White Beach Road is ever flooded at any point. The owner had indicated that there was no significant flooding that would be a problem with respect to property or a threat to life, if you will. And the mapping doesn't appear accurate. I'm talking about the hatch and the LiDAR mapping. The topo plan actually shows the lands higher than what the static still water elevation is. I also last time there was the elevation at the bridge over the Boyne River shows a certain elevation. The one side of the bridge shows it being flood prone lands. The other side it doesn't. So if everything was equal, you'd think that they would both be subject to flooding. Anyways, so then we deal with the offsite impacts. The size of the expansion was reduced from 49.9% to 39.1%, a reduction of 10.8%, going from 554 square feet to 434 square feet. And the reduction was as a result of some discussion we had with committee at the last time, taking into account that there was an existing shed / lean-to on the property. That was 421 square feet. So the staff reports didn't indicate sort of that level of reduction or indicate that it was what should I say, netted out a difference of 13 square feet more than what the previous shed lean-to. So what that represents is a 1.7% increase, not 39.1% increase, and well under what's permitted under the township zoning bylaw, community planning permit bylaw of 25%. The intended construction, and I think that was clearly indicated in the cross section in the detailed design drawing submitted by Duke Engineering. It wouldn't be below the 315.84 meter line and is intended to be constructed at 316.2 meters, which of course is above the static still water elevation. There'll be no offsite impacts. What happened was the last time there was maybe some possibility of bringing fill in. At this point in time, there is that's been taken off the board through the detailed design. It'll be a crawl space, so that area could fill with water, and so there's no offsite impacts. The area that it could fill would continue to fill. With respect to the terminology, minor in nature, I went through the policy last time, and there was no numerical values in the policy document that speaks to what a minor addition in. Therefore, an increase in floor area could be considered and would not offend the official plan policies. As I noted, there's only an increase of 13.08 square feet or 1.7% when you take into account the previous garage lean-to that was in place. There is a second floor addition proposed, but obviously it's well above the flood elevation. On that note, the GFA on the second floor was reduced from 1,042 square feet to 872 square feet, a reduction of 169 square feet. Overall, there was a reduction from 22,718 square feet to 2,405 square feet, a reduction of 313 square feet. The new building will be constructed to meet the 315.18 meter ASL, and any openings will be constructed above the new number, if you will, for the wave run up as identified by Dan Duke. Looking at sort of, again, minor in nature, the actual footprint is 1,546 square feet. It's only 1.5% of the lot coverage. And even if you took a look at the second story, which is a part of lot coverage calculation, but it's only 2.7%. We're only on a lake system here. It's not, we're not in a river situation where you've got defined banks and the flow velocities are quite a bit higher and more dangerous than in a lake situation where the water levels rise and recede slowly. Looking at the numbers with respect to 25%, what that actually equates to is roughly 227 square feet. So if you were to come in and apply for a building permit, you'd be allowed to have that much. We're proposing 450 square feet, which is roughly 156 square feet above that, which is only 14.1% more than what would be permitted for the 25%. A new septic system was installed to accommodate the intended development. There was a 1-for-1 cottage replaced not that long ago. And the existing structure could be constructed 1-for-1. What is interesting or unusual about the policies is that you would be allowed to do certain development, but the issues of access, offsite impacts still remain. So it's okay to do it for that, but as soon as you go above that threshold, then all the other policies seem to kick in and come tumbling down on the applicants. So I would respectfully request that that committee approve the application. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for the agent? Councillor Brooks, if you could come back, Lanny. Thanks.
Don't go away, Lanny. Technical glitch. I lost my screen, but when you mentioned that it's going to be crawl space now,
Yep.
is it flow through crawl space? Is it totally closed in
The
with
idea,
no openings?
yeah, the idea would be that the water would be allowed to come in and recede. So the area that would be displaced, if you will, from the catchment area would still be available for the water to do that. Dan can speak more to the design, but that's my understanding.
You're putting a lot of pressure on Dan. I can see that.
Yeah, and we're not really going to speak about the design, are we, Councillor Brooks?
No. Mayor, if I might, I would like to defer a comment to our CBO, and that is the issue of a septic system now being in a flood prone area. Is that acceptable moving forward?
I like that. It's a good question. Good morning, Taka.
Good morning, Mayor and Councilor. Through you, Mayor Glover. The septic is existing, and the septic is a raised bed, so it is raised above the. I can't speak exactly to what the level is, but probably similar to the one we had recently in Baysville, where we had them raise it above this 317 level.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover, and through you, I don't know if it's to Lanny or to our staff, but I'm somewhat confused on the removal of the shed and the square footage of the bill and percentages. Like I'm kind of lost with all that. I'm trying to figure out what the actual increase of floor area are. The figures that the staff have given us is 39.1%. And through the removal of the shed, that Lanny's giving us a different figure. And can I just have clarification on that, maybe from staff, or would that be okay?
Esther?
Through you, Mayor Glover, it is the position of staff that the minor addition applies to the dwelling where the addition is happening, not to the overall property. If you were to consider the lot coverage, yes, the difference is small. But the way the policy is written, it is the opinion of staff that minor, that is the way we look at it, is to the actual building that's being expanded.
Because as it was said, you can do one for one, but as soon as you start adding to it, that was Lanny's words, you could run into all these issues. Anyone else? Okay, so Mr. Islands,
Thank you, Mayor. I'm
Go
just
ahead.
going to start. That's
Need
great.
you-
Thank you for the opportunity. And I do apologize for breaching protocol. Mercifully, I don't have.
Sir, I need your name and address for the record.
There we go. So can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, but we will turn you down if you go again. Okay, don't talk over me, please. Thank you. If you can, please give your name and address for the record, and then we'd love to hear your story.
There we go. So it's Stephen Eilines, and I'm in the presence of my wife, Catherine, also.
And your address?
My address, sorry. So the address that we're discussing is 1175 Dwight Beach Road, and that is a residence of ours. We live generally full-time here in Oakville at 1369 Creekwood Trail.
Okay, thank you. Now go ahead.
Hey, I'm gonna turn off my video if that's okay, because sometimes video affects the bandwidth. So I don't
Sure,
wanna interrupt.
go ahead. Yep.
Thank you so much. So, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide a statement. I've written something just to make sure that I sort of cover all points and make sure that our perspective is represented. But thank you and good morning to all. Appreciate this opportunity. So as stated before, my name is Stephen Eilines. I'm here with my wife, Catherine. And Catherine is, I had written down 62, but she's actually 63 in a matter of, I think, less than 12 hours. So Kathy was involved in a motor vehicle accident back in 1981. So as a result, she's been living as a paraplegic since that time, bound to a wheelchair. And it's only more recently that she's had a number of other comorbidities and other health issues that have really led us to want to retire and live in a quality of life that we envision up there. So what we're trying to accomplish here is just to simply build a modest, accessible home in the township of Lake of Bays, which we love. And we've chosen this to be a retirement area, as stated, just because we've been coming up for decades now, and myself in the area since I was 9. So back in the 60s, and Kathy, when we started dating, we were in that area all the time, canoeing, camping, hiking, everything. From about 1982 on is when she sort of prodded me to get back into that and do that more religiously. So our goal really isn't to seek special treatment, but rather fair and compassionate consideration of the realities that we face. And for that matter, I'm sure a lot of your other constituents face. But we're really just trying to build a modest, accessible home in the township. And a lot of it is just working with thoughtfully designed and input from professionals to meet the accessibility needs while remaining respectful to local planning policies. We understand the importance of regulations, and as a consequence, we've employed the services of Land ED Planning and Duke Engineering of Huntsville to address the floodplain concerns and zoning concerns and ensure that safety and appropriateness of our design. So despite this, our permit applications have been repeatedly denied in this case. And I don't know if there's been little recognition of the human impact or technical evidence provided. So we're not outsiders. We're seeking to change the community. We're future residents hoping to become part of it. We want to contribute, to belong, to spend our later years in the home, and allow my wife to live safely and independently with dignity. So in that, we respectfully ask the township to consider, maybe reconsider, not just the letter of the bylaws, but the spirit of what's good planning and community building are all about. And of course, that's inclusion, compassion, responsible accommodation. And we're prepared to continue working in good faith and in partnership to find a solution that respects both policy and people. And we just looking, appreciate your time and consideration here. And on a kind of a separate but related note, like I said, we've been in the community for 10 years because we acquired the property back in 2014, I believe, might have been the end of 2013. But since that time, we're friends with most all the neighbors, and unfortunately, but fortunately, we've had the services of the local fire department at our place a number of times as part of a 911 call based on my wife's medical emergency. But the first to show up, of course, is fire, and in your case, it's the local fire department. So I ended up speaking to Frank over at Dwight Lumber, and I'm assuming that many of you are familiar with Frank Van Gilder. He's no longer in the volunteer fire department, but I believe in his capacity when he was active, he was acting chief. And I asked him about, did he have any concerns about his team coming to our property? Because of course, in addition to being called to an emergency, they still have to maintain the safety of their team and staff. That's I would think equally their priorities. And Frank was kind of surprised that I'd even be posing the question, but he said unequivocally, given the proximity of your property relative to the township road, given the road going in and how substantial it was, its direct access, he said, certainly if there was hypothetically some sort of emergency or some sort of, in this case, I spoke explicitly about flood, he said that he couldn't ever imagine that the trucks couldn't get in, or that we wouldn't have safe and clear, easy access out in that unlikely event. So I thought that was reassuring. And I bring this up because outside of government regulations, I view myself as singularly responsible for my wife's care and health. And like I said, we've been together 40 something years now. And sadly, we've had dozens and dozens of 911 calls to our home here in Oakville. And of course, as mentioned up there, I've sat through pretty much everything. So, I look at myself as her caregiver. If there was any issue of any concerns over safety, I'd be the first raising them and first addressing them. But I do appreciate the township's concerns, but in light of everything, I think that, I'm comfortable, at least for sure. So thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Any questions for the owner of the property? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, sir, for joining us today. Okay, council, we're in a, oh, sorry, is there anyone else in the public wishes to speak to this file? Yes, go ahead, come forward.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Dan Duke, Duke Engineering, 48 Killingham Street, Huntsville, Ontario.
If you could just speak up a bit.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
and straight into it. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so one more shot at these water levels. So as far as I know, the water levels or flood elevations are only set by the Ministry of Natural Resources or a conservation authority. Here we don't have a conservation authority, so it's the MNRF. They did a study back in '88 that produced this table 6.2 that I believe all the official plans are still using the numbers from that '88 report. So there's a lot of confusion about all these numbers and elevations and dams and everything. So the purpose of that '88 report was to go through various flooding return periods, 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, and what they call the regional storm, which here is the Timmins storm. If you're down south, it's Hurricane Hazel. So they came up with the highest still water elevation. In other words, how high the lake is going to get. Then they also put waves into the equation, and they calculated different wave run-ups, different return periods, different heights, and they came up with the wave height. They added those two numbers together, and they came up with the highest elevation the lake could get based on the still water and the waves. And they provided that to the municipalities for them to use as the highest, highest elevation. And then you guys are supposed to use that number to say this land is under that elevation. We probably shouldn't separate this land. But that number, which I think you guys are using 317.18, the highest number, which Town of Huntsville uses, is 317.36, but it's made up of the still water plus the waves. So what we look at for this property is if we look at the highest, we take the regional storm, which is the Timmins storm, that's the 315.84, and that is the highest still water elevation. And this property is above that still water elevation. Where the building currently sits, everything about it is above the still water elevation. All we have to deal with now is the waves. So I've looked at the wave run up because it's a function of the depth of the lake, the fetch, all these characteristics. And this has a lesser fetch, so we're able to reduce the wave run up. And I think that we've got it down to, it's on my cross section here. So the wave run up, we came up with, so the still water elevation, 315.84, wave run up of 0.98 meters. So we're saying the total elevation is 316.82, but it's made again up of those two components. So what Lenny was talking about, the crawl space, if we build a building at the still water flood elevation, that's the highest the lake is going to get. So we put the basement floor, the crawl space floor, at 315.84. So the still water elevation, it won't flood. It'll get hit by waves. But if we look at a wave in a lake, if you have a 2-foot wave, you have a 2-foot trough. So there is no, the lake doesn't rise up because the volume of water in the crest is equal to the volume of water in the trough. So there is no volume increase in the lake from wave action. If we look back, the Government of Canada, there's a gauge at Baysville. It reads the lake every 15 minutes. And the highest the lake ever got was it was back in 2013. Everybody remembers the 2013 flood? It was here anyway. So the highest the lake ever got was on April 26th, 7:45 a.m. And it got to 315.523 meters, which is still below the Timmins storm. So the lake has never, ever risen. I think a lot of people say, well, that was the 100-year storm, or that was, this crazy storm. The lake didn't get to the Timmins storm. And that's one of the reasons why the MNR hasn't changed their data, because for all the data that we have, we haven't seen the elevation come up to there. So that's why we're still using this 88 information, because it still holds true. So, so then we take the waves, the crawl space is concrete, it's going to resist the waves. It's not going to flood. We're not going to import sand in because the volume of the basement is above that still water elevation. So we're not taking any fill we put in above the still water elevation. It doesn't affect the volume of the lake because the lake never gets that up. So I don't know whether I've cleared up. I know there's a lot of confusion over these numbers, but you have to remember that there's a still water elevation, there's a wave run up. And for severing land, absolutely, you should be using that higher number because that's the highest the lake is ever going to get. But you have to take the wave component back out of it again when you're dealing with still water levels and access. So, and the entire footprint of this house is above that Timmins storm elevation. So to me, there's no flooding issues here whatsoever. We're above the static flood level. We just have to deal with the wave component. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Any questions for Mr. Duke? Don't see any. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, is there anyone else in the public wishes to speak to this file? Okay, thank you for that. Council. Bit of a mess here. The problem is we're given what we're given. The numbers we're given are the numbers that we're given, and they could be debated. One of the things that Mr. Dennis said in his statement was MNR needs to change that. I don't know if you remember that. So he could be correct, but at this point in time, we have to deal with what's in front of us, as we always do at planning. So The only other thing I would really want to say is that I saw Frank Van Gelder down at the beach yesterday with his granddaughter, and we have a fabulous fire department. So I sure appreciate Frank saying that, he'd do his best, and I believe they would in any situation. However, the situation is as it is before. They can build one for one. They could do like the neighbors did, or whoever that other property is. One for one could be done, but we can't. I can't support it getting larger, and that is really the problem and where the crux of the issue is. So I open up the floor again. Who wants to start? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. I understand and agree that one for one is acceptable. I just need to also have it confirmed that staff could vary, or there could be a variance up to 25%. Is that correct?
I'll go first to Esther.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Glover. That particular policy, yes, allows a minor addition that is 25%.
Okay, I think I know where you're going. Councillor Brooks, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you mentioned MNRF needs to maybe consider making changes. I think we need to take one step further and discuss with the district whether or not they need to take a change as to how they look at it. But at this point, as you've already shared, these are the informations that we are given, and we have to kind of work with what we've got. I understand where my colleague is going with the plus 25, and
but we're not going to design anything.
we're not going to design.
That's right.
But we can recommend that maybe the applicant look at
No,
whether or
we
not
can't do
we have
that
an
either.
issue, but
We can't
you know.
do that either. We can't recommend.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor LaCroix.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a statement, as the other councillors have said. After listening to Dan Duke and reading the report, I did realize that the floodplain consisted of the water elevation plus the fetch, which is the wave context, and every property would be different. But in this case, we have to go with what the district said, which I think is, I don't know why they add the two together, but that's their policy. So I just wanted to state that I am going to vote in favor of staff only for the reason that it's overdeveloped. It should have been smaller. I can't support the fact that they're saying the entrance is a problem, because that road has been there forever, as long as I've been here, and I've never seen it flooded. So I can't support the fact that the entrance is a problem, or I'm even having issues with the floodplain, but I will support it because I think it's overbuilt.
And Councillor Papard, did you want to, sorry if you didn't.
Yeah, no, I through you, Mr. Mayor, I would definitely follow on all the comments. So far, I think allowing for a 25% expansion was reasonable, and I think that's the way people should have gone.
Okay, Councillor Goodard, did you want to say something?
I definitely would.
Okay, I'm going to read the resolution and then we can take it from there. All right, we're going to put the resolution up on the screen. And you have the resolution in your reports, as we spoke about this last meeting, so that we wouldn't be rereading a lot of this stuff. The final line, therefore be resolved that bylaw amendment application Z5124 LOB I-lines, sorry, be denied. Okay. Oh, sorry, moved by Councillor Brooks, seconded by Councillor Anderson. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Okay. Next up, I've got bylaw amendment application Z0625 LOB Harris, report by Esther.
Thank you, Council. An application has been submitted for a property located at 1211 Delbrook Road. This application is requesting approval to permit the construction of the following as-built structures: a shed, an open and unenclosed deck, and a dock enlargement. The proposed variances to the shoreline yard setback, lot coverage, and shoreline activity area coverage all exceed what council can vary through a council variation CPP. Therefore, a bylaw amendment is required. Staff are recommending denial of this application, as it is the opinion of staff that the proposed lot coverage and shoreline activity area coverage do not maintain the intent of the township official plan with respect to shoreline development policies and specifically the massing of built form within 20 meters of the shoreline. The subject lands are currently zoned waterfront residential with 44.8 meters of shoreline frontage on Lake of Bays and 0.14 hectares of lot area. The lot is developed with a dwelling and attached deck, in addition to the as-built shed, deck, and enlarged dock, all shown here in red. As noted on this slide, the entire dwelling is located within the 20-meter shoreline yard setback. As such, the dwelling is considered legal non-complying. The existing development is oriented on a relatively level portion of the lot, which slopes steeply abutting Delbrook Road at the rear and again towards the shoreline. In November 2023, township building staff attended on site, and it was brought to their attention that the as-built shed, deck, and enlarged dock had been constructed without the benefit of building permits or planning approval, and an order to comply was placed on the property. Planning staff pre-consulted with the applicant's agent for this proposal. Okay, here are some views of the subject property. The top two photos show the rear of the existing dwelling with Lake of Bays in the background. The bottom left shows the as-built shed with Delbrook Road behind, and you can see the steep slopes there. The bottom right provides a view of the shore yard and again, a good sense of the slopes on the property. The as-built deck is on the side of the dwelling. Next. And some more here on this slide. The top left illustrates the as-built deck. The top right, a view of the enlarged dock from the deck, if you can see it through the snow and ice. And the bottom two photos are additional views of the shore yard. In the letter deeming the application complete, staff noted concerns with the proposal, which originally proposed a lot coverage of 17.93%, a shoreline activity area coverage of 65.22%, and an increased shoreline activity area frontage of 51.19%, in addition to the reduced shoreline yard setback and reduced rear yard setback. As a result of staff's concerns, the application was amended to remove a shoreline deck to reduce the lot coverage to 17.8 and reduce the SAA coverage to 63.72 and remove the need for an increased SAA frontage relief. So I would like to explain at this point that although the 47.62% SAA frontage exceeds the maximum permitted of 25%, it is not furthering the legal non-complying frontage. Therefore, no further relief is required. I would also like to note that there was a typo in the staff report. The proposed SAA frontage with the removal of the shoreline deck is 22.76 meters, or the 47.62%. So the variances being sought by the application are here on the screen. So to reiterate, the application seeks to permit lot coverage of 17.8%, where 10 is permitted, and the existing development reflects 13.64. Shoreline activity area coverage of 63.72%, where 40% is permitted by the bylaw and the existing is 44%. A shoreline yard setback of 9.4 meters, where 20 meters is required, and a rear yard setback of 4.31 meters, where 10 meters is required. Sorry, I know that's a lot of numbers. To date, there have been 5 letters submitted from neighboring property owners in support of this application. These letters are all attached to the agenda. In conclusion, staff are of the opinion that the bylaw amendment application for 63.72% shoreline activity area coverage and 17.8% lot coverage would reflect development that would dominate over the natural environment. Staff are of the opinion the application does not maintain the general intent of the township official plan with respect to waterfront character and does not represent good planning. Staff are recommending that the application be denied. I'm available for any questions at this time. The applicants and their agent are both present here in the gallery and on Zoom today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the report, Esther. Questions? Okay, questions can come later if you want. We're going to be on this for a while. Did you want to go now or wait till all the evidence? Okay. Next up, I'd like to hear from the agent. Oh, good morning.
I'd just like to note we have Marie online. So what I'll do is bring up the PowerPoint if that's okay, and then I'll
And if you could-
navigate.
If you could just speak up a little
Sure.
more, we can move the microphone over. Speak directly into it.
Good morning.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, so I can see a hand raised from Marie. It says my name, Maeve Crown of MP Planning. With your okay, I will share our slideshow.
Sure.
Okay. Perfect. And Marie, are you on?
I am, but I don't know if anybody can see or hear me.
We can hear you. We
I've
can.
got some funky things happening with my screen.
Okay, there you are, and we can hear you. I'm
You
not
can
sure.
see me too?
Yes, I'm not sure who's carrying this. Are you?
I am.
Oh, okay. Go
That's
ahead.
why I'm
Marie.
trying to get on. Thank you very much. Good morning, your worship and members of council, and thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. Marie Poirier of Marie Poirier Planning and Associates, 44 King William Street, Unit A, Huntsville, Ontario. We represent the Harrises. The Harrises have property located at 1211 Delbrook Road. We'd have the next slide. And the planning relief requested this morning, and I think it's really important to note that a substantial amount of the relief that's required is legal non-complying. The Harrises bought the property decades ago, and they bought it the way it is and the way it is today. The legal non-compliant lot coverage is currently 13.64% if you don't include the dock, which isn't proposed. It's been there as well since 2003, and we have photos of it in that location prior to 2011. And we're seeking a 4.16% increase in order to deal with the shed that was constructed and the dock reconstruction. We're also asking for a SAA lot coverage of 39.4%. These are our numbers. No disrespect to staff, but in planning, you have to recognize the legal non-complying provision that exists on a property, not necessarily what's permitted by the parent bylaw, but what exists. And in this case, the legal non-complying SAA coverage is 31.53%. So we would request a 7.8% increase in that in order to deal with the dock increase, and I'll explain that a little further. And we have a legal non-complying shoreline setback of 7.5 meters that's existing for the dwelling and deck. And we're increasing we're asking for a setback of 9.4 for the deck addition. And that meets the existing legal non-compliance setback. And this is why it's so important to recognize a legal non-complying provision. In this case, we are asking for an increased setback, which will actually make the existing deck illegal if granted. And we're asking also for a minimum rear yard setback of 4.31 for the shed, where 10 is required. And I'll explain that in a little bit as well, because we moved that shed out of the shoreline yard. Next slide, please, Maeve. So as I mentioned, the Harrises bought the property in around 2000. And at that time, it included the structures as they exist today, which were built in and around 1976, as were most of the properties in that plan of subdivision on Delbrook Road. The lot is irregular and undersized, and by today's standards, it was a lot created by a plan of subdivision registered in 1969, and therefore posed at that time some challenges to development, which made it impossible to stay within 20 meters of the shoreline. And that wasn't the standard back in that time either. There wasn't even a bylaw back then. So in that regard, nothing has changed. The structures existing at the time of purchase exceeded several provisions by today's standards, including overall lot coverage, shoreline activity area coverage, and shoreline setbacks. And those concepts weren't even contemplated at that time. So this is all development that occurred, as I said, many decades ago. Proceed, Maeve, please. And just to show you the plan of subdivision from 1969 on Delbrook Road, as you can see, all of the lots would never meet today's standards, which is why the development of all these lots is what it is today. They are all consistently developed with legal non-complying dwellings, legal non-complying accessory structures and docks, and legal non-complying with respect to the fact that the concepts for some of those provisions didn't even exist at that time. Next slide. So here's a photo from the rear of the cottage, and we just want to demonstrate that the existing structures have not changed in character or form from the original development. This is not a rebuild. This is not a redevelopment. It's recognizing some structural features that were added, and they're representative of the character established in this subdivision that was in the mid to late 1970s. Next slide, please. So the subject property enjoys legal non-compliance status related to the following. The main dwelling, which is circled in red, shed A to the rear of the property, deck A attached to the dwelling, a shoreline patio, a previous dock, which for all intents and purposes mimics today's dock, and I'll get into that a little bit as well, and a dock landing, which is being considered by staff as a landing because it's 1 meter wider than the stairs that goes down to the dock. Next slide, please, Maeve. This is the property from the lake. The main dwelling is located in the shoreline yard or shoreline activity area, and it was constructed there in 1976. This photo identifies for us the original character, which is still maintained on the property, the vegetated shoreline, and I think some photos provided by staff also showed the view of the deck to your left, where it was hidden by vegetation in that from that particular view. And that's deck B, meeting the height, the color and design and setback of the original deck, and the lack of a threat to shoreline health from existing development. This development's been here since 1976. There's been no impact on water quality, water quantity, deer habitat, fish habitat, and no impacts with respect to visual and aesthetics, as will be demonstrated by the neighbors and in the photos. Next slide. So with respect to the history of the property, the variances we are seeking are variances to those legal non-compliance standards. We opine that the legal non-compliant nature of this property be fully considered for this application. And in doing so, the overall lot coverage and SAA coverage seek only a variation from what legally existed and not the full difference from the bylaw provision of what is proposed. And I'd like to emphasize that. So the variances we're seeking are variances to legal non-compliant structures. They're not new structures. They're not proposed development. They're recognizing some variances which were identified by staff when they were asked to come out for a pre-consultation on a sun deck. And I think it should further be noted that the existing provisions, which exceed today's standards, are a result of the coincidental undersized lot statistics. So what I'm trying to say here is that the reason that the provisions, today's provisions, are exceeded by this development is that the lots themselves in this plan of subdivision were undersized and didn't meet and wouldn't meet today's standards for minimum lot size and frontage. Next slide, please. So just to give a comparison, we're looking for variances for lot coverage, SAA coverage, SAA frontage, and the setback from the shoreline. With respect to lot coverage and SAA coverage, our opinions with staff differ in terms of the variance or the level of variance that we're requiring, because we are seeking variances from what is legal non-complying, where staff are treating this as if this were an empty lot and what the lot coverage and SAA would be permitted. And it's important to note that when you do that, when you have a legal non-complying provision applied to a property, that's the legal non-complying provision that goes with that property. And any increase or decrease to it is based on what's legally non-complying, not based on what the provision of the bylaw is, as if this were a vacant lot. Next slide, please. We maintain, and it's my opinion, that the legal non-complying deck is not to be included in shoreline activity area coverage. And the SAA provisions were implemented 20 years ago following the construction of that deck. And the current community permit planning bylaw states that legal non-complying dwellings are not to be included in SAA coverage. And it goes on to further, the current bylaw, that is, state that a building in which a principal use is conducted, any structure such as a deck, is considered part of a building and is subject to the regulations applicable. Both Deck A and Deck B are attached to the principal dwelling and therefore, in our opinion, are to be excluded from the SAA coverage, just as the principal building is. Next slide, please, Maeve. So as I've noted, you can, according to today's standards, you can increase the size of a legal non-compliant dwelling, which in my opinion includes decks A and B based on the definition. And that deems then the decks that are associated with this dwelling to be legal non-compliant. Next slide, please, Maeve. So that brings us to the quagmire we have today, and the reason that we have made this application based on some views by staff on site. So following the purchase of the lands in 2000, the Harrises undertook the following. They made an addition to the existing legal non-compliant deck. They made an addition to the existing dock, and they constructed a storage shed. The storage shed is a 10 by 10 kit. It was initially discovered by Mr. Watson when he did his site inspection. And as many times has happened, the Harrises were under the urban myth that, well, if it's less than 10 by 10, you don't need a permit, which I have to advise my clients all the time is, yeah, that means a building permit, the zoning bylaw. So it's a very fair and common mistake. But upon being informed that these changes could not legally occur without building permits, the owners immediately sought to rectify compliance with the bylaw through this planning application. Next slide. So here's what we're talking about when it comes to the dock. On your left-hand side, you will see the original dock, 2007 or prior. We just don't have pictures of prior, but you can see that it's sort of off on an angle, off to the right at the end of the dock. Over the years, that became deteriorated, so they replaced it with a complete prefabbed floating dock and installed it at the end of the dock. So as you can see, that is an addition. The addition is to the rear of the existing dock. It goes no further to the left or right of the existing dock. It goes no further out into the lake. It has no impact. It's just that it was a prefab dock. And as everybody knows, these floating docks, you can't just hack off a corner of them because they are supported by flotation devices. Next slide, please, Maeve. And here you'll see the deck that's in question. Both these decks are attached to the dwelling and in our opinion form part of the legal non-compliant dwelling. But if you look to your left, the yellow one, the yellow circle deck, that's where the 10 by 10 shed was. That was identified by Mr. Watson as being illegal. And together with Mr. Watson, we designed ways to take it outside of the shoreline yard and place it back behind the house, which then forced the need for a reduced rear yard setback. Next slide, Maeve. So here's a little shed that's behind the house that I'm talking about. It's a storage shed. It's 10 by 10. It was originally placed in the shoreline yard. However, we, through Mr. Watson, placed it outside the shoreline yard. The Harrises have revegetated the area. They've brought in contractors to do this properly. And of course, not requiring a building permit because it's less than 10 by 10. Next slide. So as I said, the 10 by 10 shed was replaced. The deck extension occurred from deck A to deck B. In response to the orders regarding these two items, we were retained to apply for relief to bring the property into compliance on those three small issues. Next slide. So as part of this entire process, as well as applying for the planning application, the Harrises did undertake the following to bring the property into compliance. They volunteered the removal of the canoe rack, which we will show you shortly. It's a canoe rack made of skids. Staff deemed it to be a structure and count toward SAA frontage, and that is going to reduce that provision requirement. The protruding portion of a stair coming down to the water to remove the inclusion of the landing because it's 1 meter wider than the stairs that exist. Therefore, it's deemed to be a landing, and they're willing to remove that 1 meter portion, again, reducing then SAA frontage, and they've removed the swim raft. They've added natural vegetation to the shoreline and side yard areas and a willingness to increase plantings as may be required through a CPP. And they also relocated the shed, not proposed shed, but the shed that was existing that was put up without a building permit. They've moved that to the back of the property and revegetated as well. Next, please. So as you can see, we on the left-hand side, we've removed that swim dock. That went out further into the lake every summer or summers as they deemed fit, but they've agreed to remove that totally. As you can see, circled up on top there, there's a couple of yellow canoes that staff deemed to be lot coverage, so they removed that. And circled in red is that one step, as you can see, that's a meter wider than the rest of the steps. So they're going to cut that off so that now the SAA frontage will come closer into compliance with the legal non-compliant aspect. Next slide. They've undertaken some shoreline vegetation, both here at the shoreline and along the side. Mr. Harris has quite the green thumb, and I think he will probably speak to that shortly, and this will grow up over time. Next slide. And this is the shoreline vegetation that he has also planted, the shrubbery that will come up. As you can see, it's very low lying and beach area, not conducive to large hardwood trees or conifers, but certainly to some grasses that are going to buffer any views. Next. And regarding the shed location, it's now out of the shoreline yard. It's not visible from the water. It's behind the dwelling. It can't be seen, but it does require, because of the irregular and by today's standards, illegal depth of the lot, where the shed had to be put, there was no other room, and we do require 4.3 meter relief from the rear yard setback from Delbrook. Next slide. And just to go to my point with respect to those lots on Delbrook, we took a look at some of the other addresses. And as you can see, here's at least 5 properties that exceed shoreline activity area coverage, some up to as much as 72%. And again, that's largely based on those irregular and illegal size by today's standards of those lots. It's pretty difficult to develop them and not exceed it. And again, those concepts weren't in place back in the 70s. Next slide. We went through the community permit bylaw, and it's my opinion that we look at all of the criteria for assessing a community planning permit bylaw amendment. And I think we have checked all the boxes. I'm confident that this is not massing at the shoreline. It's my opinion that the dock, the moving of the shed, are all efforts to actually reduce massing. There's no bulk, there's no walls. It's all at water level. It poses no impacts of any kind, aesthetic, natural, or otherwise. And as supported by the neighbors, certainly no visual impact. Next slide. In addition to meeting the listed items of the previous slide, in my opinion, the application is really unoffensive and is minimal in terms of it's playing with numbers primarily. It's not changing anything. It's not adding any walls, any massing, any form at the water. It's legalizing something that's been there for 40 years and some changes that have been made to make the property more developed, more usable for the property owner. Next slide, please, Maeve. The application is subject to the following factors, which we opine must be considered. The property is undersized, irregular in size, both generally and compared to neighboring lots. The majority of the structures existing on the property enjoy legal non-compliant status in some form. And the property owners have worked with the township staff to retain planners, prepare an application, prepare contractors, and concede to the removal of any suggested structures such as the canoe rack and the shed in order to comply and rectify the existing order. Next slide. As mentioned by staff, we have 5 letters of support from the neighbors, and they are fully supportive and enjoy similar development on their lots along Delbrook as well. Next slide. In summary, we are asking for an increase in legal non-compliant lot coverage of 4.16%. The SAA coverage of 7.8. We're actually asking for a provision to improve the shoreline setback to 7.5 meters to 9.4 meters. And we are also asking for a minimum rear yard setback to accommodate where we have moved the shed. The Harrises are further committed to removing the canoe rack, the swim raft, that portion of the landing, provide additional plantings, and maintain the relocation of the shed to an area outside of the shoreline. Next. I want to thank you very much. I know it's been a long presentation, but I think that the history and nature of this particular property, the fact that it's undersized, the extent of the legal non-complying structures, and the frankly minor variances that we're seeking to for provisions in order to legalize this property and bring it closer into compliance and conformity with the OP. It was necessary. I know that Mr. and Mrs. Harris would also like to say a few words. They have been very cooperative. I think they want to offer up to you what they're willing to do and what they have done. And I thank you very, very much for your indulgence and your time. And of course, I'm always available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for Marie? Not seeing any. The Harrises, are they online or here or? Oh, if you could come forward, please, to the podium and name and address for the record and tell us your story.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Robert Harris. My wife Trish Harris is with me today. And thank you for allowing me to speak. And thank you, Marie. That was an excellent summary of what has happened, what's gone on. I guess I sound a little nervous, but it's been a long process. We obviously made some mistakes. Marie talked about the shed. We were told if it's 10 by 10 or less, you can, and we obviously put it in the wrong place. And I'll talk more about that briefly in a second. We made a couple of other mistakes too, but not intended mistakes. It's more from citizens who are a bit ignorant on what's required in terms of the process, things like that. Just, I was speaking to Maeve yesterday. She give a quick background on yourselves. My wife's been coming to Lake of Bays since the early 60s with her family. I've been coming to the lake since 1980 when my parents bought a cottage down near Baysville. And so we've been here a long time, and we've always respected, it means a lot to us. When my parents had to sell at very late 90s, we decided we would try and buy a cottage, and we bought 1211 Delbrook Road. And it was, a modest cottage at the time, and we were fortunate enough to get it. Much of what you saw there, and we're talking a lot today, and I, until 18 months ago, had no planning knowledge, but much of what is really talking about is some of the things we've done around the shed, the extension of the deck, and the dock. And again, we've owned it for 25 years. I might add one other thing. I don't know if this matters, but my wife and I are not only committed to this neighborhood and the environment, we've worked here. My wife, midlife, went back to get a second diploma, and it was in nursing, and her first job was at Huntsville District Memorial Hospital. I worked in the healthcare industry, and the executive director of the North Simcoe Muskoka CCAC asked me to be on the board of directors about 10 or 12 years ago, whenever that was, 13 years ago. And at that time, I wasn't retired. I am now, recently retired, but so I never missed a meeting in Huntsville on the board meetings. And at that time, we were living, although we had a cottage here then, we were living full-time in Burlington, Ontario. Anyway, I guess our first mistake was with the dock about 10 years ago. The existing dock, which, as Marie said, very much emulates or mimics what's there now. It's not much different or not much bigger. Got damaged by ice. The contractor we've known and used for several years, who I think is a good man and never tried to mislead us, said, well, we're better to put a floating dock in. You won't have the ice problem. And he said it's still within the shoreline allowance in terms of how far, as I said, it's quite similar to the old one. So we did that. thinking, and didn't think I needed anything to replace a dock, right? About 4 years ago, we started having grandchildren. And of course, over the time I've owned the cottage, we've owned the cottage 25 years. You need extra shed storage space. And that time you saw these sheds everywhere. And we said, well, we'll get the 10 by 10, put it in the wrong place. And so Mr. Watson gave me a note saying you're not in compliance or whatever. He gave me a list of reputable planners. We contacted Marie Poirier Planning, started working with Marie and Maeve and her team, who were working with Mr. Watson and the other folks, Esther and everyone. The big thing for us, they said, is you've got to move that structure back. And I said, well, that's going to be massive cost and time and effort. And we kind of liked it where it was. And they said, well, if you, that's what's being needed. And, you know, we've talked to the township and asked of you. And we did it, I guess, March to May of 2024. Hired a crew, and we got that done. And they said, if you put it here, that's in a good spot. We'll just need a request for a minor this or a minor that. And again, I'm not a planner, so I was just going with what I was hearing. And we got that done. And they said it's looking quite good. And we thought we were ready for submission towards the end of 2024. And the township came back to us and said, we're not happy with that shoreline coverage. And I thought, well, I never touched the shoreline other than replaced the dock. And they said, yeah, but it doesn't conform. And so early in the new year, at this point, we were working with Esther Moore and others. They said, well, what else can you do? They didn't like the boat rack. They said, can you move it back? I said, I'll do better than that. I'll cut it down. You know, we'd already moved the shed back. We're taking down the canoe rack. They said, we don't like the landing. I said, we'll take that off. There isn't much else. You know, when I look at what we built, and when you think some of you may own cottages or places, I'm sure many of you live here and et cetera, or just maybe have a cottage here. I mean, after 25 years, you get new tools, you get stuff. I needed a shed. I've tried to put it, as Marie said, that place, what for me is 90 to 95% of it is exactly as I bought it and as it was in 1999. And then I learned through this whole, I've been working with Marie for 18 months, a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. Great advice, great help from them, and the township's been very good too. I got no complaints. But I was told, if you do this, if you do that, we're going to be there. And so it is a bit upsetting. I know my wife's been very upset. You know, when you talk about the stress of being a normal citizen, and yeah, I replaced a dock with more or less the same dock. What's wrong with that? I'm just now. Someone said, oh yeah, but so Marie jumped in and said, well, it was all legally non-conforming. I mean, the only thing we added with the deck extension was the ability, we used to eat outside a bit on the wraparound deck, but it's only, what, 8 feet? You could only seat about 4 people. Now we've got, we've doubled in size with the family, with the grandkids. So we want a place to eat outside. That's all I've done. So I'm going to stop here in a minute, but I'm saying we've gone to a lot of effort. I'm not saying anyone's been wrong here or whatever, but I replaced the dock with the dock. I moved the shed to where the township told me. And, you know, what else? We've tried to do everything. And as Marie said, and as my contractor said, those floating docks are custom built. You cannot cut through half a floating device. So that's our pitch, and it's not a pitch. It's been 18 years of, from our point of view, high stress, and so we're asking for some help on this. Thank you.
Okay, is there any questions for Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris, could you come back? Yeah, okay. No, it's okay.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. My big concern after having seen that the dock was more or less replaced one for one is the deck extension. Can you tell me when you built that deck extension?
Yes, so when we, you know, with the shed where we did, we thought, oh, and there used to be steps going down, and we said, why don't we just make a little deck extension here with the steps going off from that. So that would have been, 3 years ago, approximately.
And then a follow-up, if I may, to TACA. Has the deck been inspected, like it's built soundly, the extension?
We do not inspect structures prior to a building permit being issued, so
Okay.
we have no idea.
Okay, and that's where my concern, because it's not a small deck extension. The amount of shoreline, extra shoreline area coverage you're asking for is quite large. And if you take away the deck extension, it's not so large. So the dock I get, the photos were really helpful that it is a 1-for-1, but the deck extension is where I'm having some issues.
I see. And the one thing I'll say, and I know it hasn't been inspected yet, is the gentleman that built it is a real perfectionist. So I mean, obviously this is putting the cart before the horse, but I guarantee that thing would pass in terms of, structurally sound and all that. But I understand what you're saying. We didn't actually have a picture of the deck. You could see it from the water, and it looks big, I guess. But right now there's a table that seats 4, and that consumes most of that deck, other than the steps that go off. So the railing that you're seeing from the picture could be a little misleading from the amount of, but you folks are the experts on that. Anyway, that's where that's at.
Okay, further questions for Mr. Harris? Councilor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Harris. I appreciate your passion for what it is that you've got, and being a resident that started off as a cottager, becoming a resident. I could see that coming through. My comment is along the lines of Councillor Papard's in regards to your consultant said that what is there now is basically what was there in 76 or whatever, and obviously those construction that I see is certainly 21st century, not 1976. Putting some context to this, can I then direct a question to staff, to TAC or CBO? In some other cases where someone has done something without getting a permit, there is a fee that they have to pay, and then it can be approved after the fact. Are we in a position to be able to do that with this deck?
Through you, Mayor Glover. I think what you're referring to is a completion permit. So if something is built without a building permit, the building bylaw says that the permit fee is double what it normally would be. But again, council would first have to approve the deck where it is, and then once we get the building permit, yes, the fee is higher than it would be if it was not constructed without a building permit.
Okay, so following up on that, I guess I go back to our Mr. Harris, and I guess my comment would be this contractor, the deck from the pictures looks really nice. This person should have made you aware that you need a permit, and that's a real problem. So
Can I just add one other little thing? Sorry, because we're talking about the deck. The deck, as all decks, whether it's wood or what do you call it, pressure treated, unless it's like a Trex deck, every 15 years. So it had to be done when we more or less in the first 5-6 years, and we went through it was all proper at the time. We basically replaced the old deck with a new deck, and many years ago. And then what happened was about 3 years ago, again, the deck need replacing. So in the last, I guess, two or 3 years, that deck. So when you're looking at it, sir, you mentioned that it looks like modern era construction. It is actually. It's the exact same dimension, the exact same size. If you looked at a picture of the cottage, we have the listing from 1999 when we bought it. If you look at the listing, it's the identical deck, different posts, if you will. Now we've got more modern, but not 1 inch of the size has been changed. So you have to, in your mind, exclude, I don't know, 90% of that deck is simply, in other words, we were always told, even from Mr. Watson, he okayed it in 2007 when we had to change the deck at that time. Again, that's from that 15 to 17 years. Your wood deck needs, we did upgrade the structural capabilities at that time in 2007, and we had to do it again in whatever it was, 2022 or 3, to your question. But I want to point out, just because I don't want you to think that we put on that deck literally, dimension-wise, literally exactly replaced the old wood deck, except for that piece we've added. I hope that adds a little clarity on the deck side.
Any question? Yes, Councillor Croy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just, I got a question and then a comment, but the question would be, if we were to deny this, would the applicant have to remove the deck?
Through you, Mayor Glover. Yes, that would be the case.
Well, the comment I have no issues with the shed or the dock. The shed appears to be far enough from the road, and there's a bush there. From the photos, it didn't look like it would be in the way of snow plowing. The deck, it is farther away from the water. Certainly it was built without a permit, which is, as we know, wrong. But it's not a living space. It's not enclosed. It's not all that much more visible from the water as the house is. So even though it's in the roadshore allowance, that's the one problem when you have these really small lots. There's nowhere for anything to be built. The numbers are skewed because of the size of the lot. So in my view, I could support this just as it is, even though it was built without a building permit.
Yeah, just before you're done, just to clarify, when you say the deck has to be removed, the whole deck or just the other part that was added?
Through you, Mayor Glover, the portion that has been built without the proper approvals.
Just this extra section that was.
That is correct.
Right. Okay, thank you. I think it was Councillor Anderson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. And through you, I concur with Councillor Croy. I think that there's been a huge amount of learning for all of us and for the owner through this. I hear the argument of staff, of course, because they're going by protocol and rules. I appreciated Marie's contribution today. I thought that was excellent. I believe that this could be left, and with the lessons learned, I would the plantings that are happening. They're aesthetically gorgeous. I mean, I'd love you to come to my house.
Yes. Well,
but in terms of planting and the protection of the lake and the environment, I would like to see something more in terms of a more traditional. Maybe need some more trees and so on. They take a long time to develop, but just anything we can do to enhance not only the view from the lake, but more importantly, the health of the lake would be something that I would certainly like to see. But overall, I can support the applicant in this case.
Just on that, sir, if I may, and tell me if I'm not supposed to, when we bought it, that was basically weeds from the cottage weeds and overgrown grass and everything right down to the lake. I am a bit of a gardener, and my wife's a bird person. That's our little strengths, if you will. And so the picture you saw, was actually taken yesterday, one of Marie's pictures where you could just see them starting to come out. We did put a lot of local stuff, but I'd have no problem, honestly, if someone said, could you plant a few very local, there were no trees there at all. We didn't have to clear land. I used Linda's Garden Center, which is now Lake of Bays Garden Center, to work with me 20 years ago when I started doing it. But I'd be happy to plant trees. That isn't an issue. As I said, anyway, that's where the garden is.
Anyone else? Questions? Is there anyone else in the audience wishes to speak to this file? Nobody. If I could, I'm having some issues with this one. If we could go back to, now I'm not sure the photos that Marie showed, do you guys have them on file or do we go? Marie, if we could go back, there was a photo you showed from looking down to the water and showed the gardens and all those stones and so on. Can we pull that up? Is that possible or is that? Okay, thank you, Maeve. Just give her a second.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I might need you again, but just, it's okay. You can sit down.
If you give me a minute, I just have to rejoin the Zoom.
Absolutely. I'm sorry about that. I just,
don't.
I'm looking for, there was a picture. I have a question. It's something I saw. Okay, go ahead, Councillor LaCroix, while we're looking.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. While we're waiting for this to come up, I could certainly support more planting of trees. I know we want less erosion at the shoreline, and I love the flowers as I'm a gardener as well. I mean, he did a great job, but you need something to mitigate the view from the lake. So a few of the natural trees would be, and it would help your bird watching anyway. So it's great.
So this is the first photo taken yesterday. So the garden, my garden as well, is still just starting to grow.
Okay, if you can go to there was one where you're looking down at the water.
Yes, I think I know what you're talking about.
Maybe that was it, but it was, there were flowers, so it wasn't winter.
I think it's this one here.
There, you
Yeah.
can stop there. Okay, down along the water's edge, I see something. What is that? Is that a wall?
Down, sorry, I have a fairly loud voice. Down by the water's edge there is just a long beam that we put in, and that was to hold the mulch. And so it's a wood beam. I mean, obviously it could be removed, but when we did this years ago, because it's fairly sloped to hold the mulch, we put in a wood beam piece of, you know, it just, it can obviously be taken out, but it was just to hold the mulch.
I guess, okay, thank you, sir. I guess what I'm trying to say is that part of my thought is could, you know, mentioned by a couple of councillors, we're looking at a more naturalized look. And I know I can appreciate everyone has their tastes on what gardens look like. And we see this time and again, you know, stone walkways and so on and so forth. And you know, I'm going to just suggest that Councillor Anderson and Councillor Croy suggested trees, something to make it look more like a natural as opposed to the, you know, the form that you have. Because the problem I'm having with it is the lot is small. I'm not suggesting, I mean, I don't know that anything was excessive on the lot from my view. It's just that it looks like it's quite built up with this stone walkway. The one that, not the stairs, you need a stairs, the one that's along the waterfront. And then of course, these beams and holding this mulch up. Perhaps those shrubs might help hold the mulch up now if the beam was removed. Question to staff with regards to the removal of the things that were suggested, the canoe rack, and I forget cutting the part of the deck off and all that. Would that need to be come back with, or does that need to be in the resolution, or would that be something that I'd like to be assured that it's done? No disrespect to the Harrises, but I mean, you know, this is a real fine line here for me.
Yes, certainly. So at this point, staff do not have a bylaw that's drafted, but what we can do, what staff typically do, is we outline provisions in a bylaw, if council decides to approve it, that would indicate what is required as part of a planning permit, as well as what conditions would be required prior to issuance of the planning permit. So that could be something that's included to ensure that those structures are removed prior to a planning permit being issued.
Okay, and then in there you could put some of the suggestions with regards to the plantings that were suggested and the naturalization of the shoreline more so than what I can see from up above.
That is correct. And again, if council wishes to approve the application, we could include that in the resolution as well to ensure that it's included in the future bylaw.
Councillor Papard.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just speaking to that, I wouldn't get too detailed. There could be rock, there could be roots. Like it's going to have to come up to the client to figure out where a tree will actually go in the ground. If it won't go there, it won't go there, right?
Yeah, I guess my thought is that, and this is one of those cases and where the lot's extremely small. I've heard the thing too, where if you build a 10 by 10, you don't need anybody's permission and they got caught there. They tried to work with Mr. Watson on moving that back. There was a deck extension done again without a permit, as I understand it. And that's where there's a real kicker there. I'd like to be a stronger message to all the neighbors that are down there that probably have, similar situations built on these smaller lots. Our job is to protect the waterfront, the look of the waterfront. We've got, certainly on Lake of Bays, the Lake of Bays Association constantly talking about, what they want to see there. So I'm going to open up the floor again for any other Councillor LaCroix.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on your idea of removing the beam, in my humble opinion, it would be better to stay. When you get a good rainstorm, everything below those shrubs will wash into the water and they'll be constantly adding. So I wouldn't recommend removing it.
My comment would be to that, could you put some sort of a natural looking rock there that might like larger field stones that could look more like what's supposed to be there as opposed to.
You could add rock. That
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you
just
just all
something
that.
to hold it in.
You don't want all that coverage in the lake. Further comments? Maria, I'll allow you to speak. I assume your hand's up for a comment or a question. A question, I hope, but go ahead. Your sound isn't on. Still not. Still not. I see what you mean. Sorry. Oh. Can you you tried to unmute, I assume. Staff? Okay, sorry, Marie, we can't find the issue here. Sorry. Okay, I think that I'm not certain where we need to go with what's here. With regards to council, I need to hear from everybody. How are we feeling? Councillor Goddard, you haven't said that much.
You support revegetating, adding more deciduous, coniferous and some shrubs along the shoreline. There are lots of options out there that would really be really suitable. Also the deck, we're not talking about a large piece of deck that's been added on without being part of the legal non-complying, right? I just wanted to ask that question. How much was that in square footage?
You're asking the part that was added on.
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Glover. The deck portion that was built was 29.1 square meters.
Okay.
The existing deck that has been there since the would be legal non-complying. The one that wraps around the front.
Right.
Was, for comparison purposes, 57.8 square meters. So the new portion adds an additional 29.1 square meters to
Okay.
the deck here.
So it's substantial.
Yep. So I would definitely go for revegetating and just supporting the applicant here. I mean, stuff happens and I totally understand that. Very small lot, but it doesn't really say, look at me, and it's the deck is behind. So you really can't tell. That's my opinion.
Okay, so first, go ahead, please.
So through you, Mayor Glover, if council would like to move to approve the application, just need that direction from council. And if so, I would recommend taking a short recess because staff can amend the resolution, which will indicate approval. And then we'd bring a bylaw forward to a subsequent planning matters meeting. And we can also include the requirements for plantings and removal of those structures in the resolution as well.
Council? Yes, Councilor Brooks.
Correct me if I'm wrong, sorry, Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are no removal of structures in our recommendation.
Through you, Mayor Glover, it was, I believe, the canoe rack and then
Oh,
that's.
okay, they were already there.
Yes.
Yes, they were already there, yeah, okay.
Anyone else? Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break, 10:55. We'll be back. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. I have a resolution, council, and I'm going to read it. Moved by Councillor LaCroix, seconded by Councillor Papar. Whereas the Council for Planning Matters, the Corporation of the Township of Lake Bay is hereby receives a staff report, bylaw amendment application Z0625 LB Harris, 1211 Delbrook Road, roll number 4427010021000500, dated June 24th, 2025. And whereas the applicant has submitted bylaw amendment application Z0625 LB Harris in order to permit an as-built shed with a reduced rear yard setback, to permit an as-built open and unenclosed deck attached to the dwelling with a reduced shoreline yard setback, and to permit an as-built dock enlargement, as well as to permit an increased lot coverage and increased shoreline activity area coverage. Therefore, be resolved that application Z0625 LB Harris be approved, and that a bylaw be brought forward to a subsequent meeting, including the requirement for revegetation of the shoreline buffer, as well as removal of the canoe rack, floating raft, and shoreline deck landing. Everybody okay with that? All in favor? It's passed. Thank you. Okay, where the heck are we here? We're at. Right, thank you. Bylaw amendment application Z0525 LB Blocker and Huck. And this is Helena. Good morning, Helena. Welcome.
Good morning. Thanks so much. I'm just sharing the screen here, the presentation. Computer needs a cup of coffee. One sec. You just have to rejoin the Zoom call. Just one sec. Okay, there we are. Good morning again. Application Z05-25 proposes a site-specific bylaw amendment to permit the construction of a new dock and boathouse at a reduced side yard setback and with a greater shoreline activity area frontage than the bylaw permits. The subject property is located at 1083 South Camp Lake Road and is comprised of 0.45 hectares of area with 56.4 meters of frontage on Camp Lake. Staff are recommending denial of the application as it's the opinion of staff that the proposed boathouse location and shoreline activity area frontage is not consistent with the general intent of the township official plan or the community planning permit bylaw. So there was an existing boathouse and dock on the subject property that were demolished greater than 2 years ago. So in short, the community planning permit bylaw states that a legal non-complying structure loses its legal non-complying status if it is not reconstructed within 2 years after it was demolished. For the information of council, the demolished boathouse was located at 0.65 meters from the side lot line. The previously existing development was also in excess of the permitted shoreline activity area frontage. The proposed flat-roofed boathouse would be located at 0.9 meters from the side lot line, where the bylaw requires a 9-meter side yard setback for a flat-roofed boathouse. A bylaw amendment is required for the reduced side yard setback because the proposed reduction is greater than what staff or council can vary in a community planning permit. A bylaw amendment is also required for the proposed shoreline activity area frontage, which is proposed to be 21.8 meters or 38.7%, where 25% is permitted in the bylaw. The subject property is constrained by steep slopes. Since the subject property is already developed with a dwelling and driveway, and the application before council pertains to shoreline structures, staff are of the opinion the slopes on the property are not required to be addressed by way of a technical report. There is type 1 fish habitat along the southern portion of the subject property where the boathouse is proposed to be located. A fish habitat assessment has not been provided. The property is developed with an existing dwelling and accessory structures, including a sleeping cabin and a chapel. A set of stairs leads from the driveway to the dwelling to accommodate the steep slopes. This slide has photos of the shoreline of the subject property. Staff took these photos on May 9th of this year. There are currently no shoreline structures present. It appears that the water depth in the location of the proposed boathouse is shallow. The owners advised that the purpose of the boathouse is for taking canoes and sailboats in and out, not a motorboat as they don't have one, and only a few inches of water are needed to achieve this. They advised that the location within the contour of the shoreline was selected as they don't want the structure to be something that can be seen from everywhere on the lake, and that their intention is to make it blend in with the landscape and provide some privacy from the neighbor to the south. It is also in the place where the previous boathouse was located, where it is sheltered from the ice and elements. Out on the point where the water is deeper, it's very exposed there. So I tried to capture photos from every angle of the shoreline there for council to see. It is the opinion of staff that the proposed side yard setback of the boathouse and the shoreline activity area do not conform to the shoreline development policies in the official plan, and further that the proposed variances are not in character with the area or other properties around Camp Lake. The subject property has a shoreline frontage of 56.4 meters and therefore has a maximum permitted shoreline activity area frontage of 14.1 meters. The previously existing development and the proposed development were both in excess of the shoreline activity area frontage permitted in the bylaw. So in terms of comments, there were 3 letters of support that were submitted and have been circulated for council to review. As well, 1 member of the public has reached out to object to the application. Charles Ferrauto at 1087 South Camp Lake Road stated that the application was an erosion to the existing bylaw and a departure from the official plan, and would set a new precedent for the lake that would be detrimental to the nature of the lake and the seasonal and year-round residents. So in conclusion, it's the opinion of staff that the proposed variances do not conform to township policy nor the intent of the community planning permit bylaw and are not in character with the area. As such, staff are recommending that the application be denied. I am available to answer any questions as well. I believe the owner and the owner's agent are present in the gallery to speak to the application too. Thanks.
Okay, Helena, thank you very much for the report. Council, questions for Helena? Councillor Papard, I see.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. Helena, it looks like the shoreline frontage did not increase even though the dock's being moved from being adjacent to the boathouse right out to the point. How did that happen?
Through you, Mayor Glover, you're observing that the shoreline activity area frontage didn't actually increase?
Yeah.
So that is because of the location of the existing dwelling. The existing dwelling is within the 20 meters from shore, so the bylaw recognizes existing legal non-complying dwellings to contribute to that shoreline activity area frontage.
Okay, this one I don't see like the last one. This is a little different. So move along. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. A couple of questions. One, Helena, thanks for the report. If the boathouse was not flat roofed and was 4.5 meters away from the property line, would it have been allowed?
Through you, Mayor Glover, I can't speak to what the shoreline activity area frontage would be in that situation, but the boathouse that is proposed I believe it met the shoreline activity area coverage provisions. There was no variance that was being requested for the shoreline activity area coverage as well. The boathouse was the same size or smaller than what was originally there as well.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Glover. And the other question is, I was reading Planscape's report and there was a mention of seeking relief for a new deck. Is that part of this report?
Through you, Mayor Glover. So that portion of the application was like withdrawn in a sense. So that formed part of the original application. Staff noted some concerns with the application with respect to that it was increasing the shoreline activity area frontage, and it was subsequently amended.
Further questions for Helena? Okay, go ahead, Councillor LaCroix.
A quick one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does this lot go actually into the water? I see the red lines that go into the water. So is there a water lot on this lot?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat the question? Is there
Well, when I look at the lot lines outlined in red, it goes into the water. I'm just wondering if there's a water lot or if that is part of the lot itself.
I see. I don't believe so. I think that's just a projection on the sketch. Yeah.
Okay, well, there'll be more questions if we need. The applicant agent come forward, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. I am Stefan Sherback with Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberly Avenue in Bracebridge, P1L 1Z8. Planscape was retained by the applicants after receiving an order to remove a small marine storage building that was constructed to replace a dilapidated similar size marine storage building that was located in the same general area of the shoreline as indicated on within the staff report. The structure was unfortunately constructed without a building permit, and since that time it was removed by the applicant, and he has been working with the clerk's department to purchase the original shore road allowance and the Crown Reserve. So there are two reserves that are located in front of the property and in the process of being purchased. Since the submission of our original application, again, we as noted, we've been working with staff. We have reduced the original proposed substantially to eliminate and bring down the number of originally submitted variations, specifically related to the deck attached to the dwelling within the shoreline yard. This has been eliminated, and the swim dock that's proposed has also been reduced in size, again, to try and bring these numbers to basically what had previously existed with the boathouse and the docks itself. I've read the staff report in front of you. I have two main areas to focus on, and the first is the issue of the type 1 and type 2 fish habitat that's in the report, and also the letter that was submitted to you from the District of Muskoka. Just to be clear, this issue was never raised by staff during our numerous discussions, nor was it flagged during the pre-consultation meeting. It's really unfortunate that this information is not available to the public. I went to your township or the district's township website with the CPP bylaw. It's not indicated when I typed in the address that there's type 1 fish habitat. Had we known that, the applicants would be more than happy to have retained an ecologist. So here we are with a recommending of a denial from the district. It's forming part of the denial application, and we had no idea that this was even a problem. So if council is willing to consider this file and decide to defer making a decision, the owners have agreed that they have no problems getting a fisheries habitat assessment in relation to this application. The second matter is really to discuss the use of this building and its proposed location. To clarify, this is not a boathouse. The structure never had, nor was it proposed to have, a boat slip. It was always and will continue to be used to store canoes, kayaks, and other related equipment. The structure should not be considered a boathouse in accordance with the specific definitions contained in your bylaw. The original marine storage building is again, was located in the same general location. In fact, it was slightly closer than what's being proposed now. It did have a previous flat roof. So this flat roof is not new. They're replacing it essentially 1-for-1 with a flat roof, but they've turned it counterclockwise. They've actually also pushed it closer into the water than extending further out. And that's the reason why there's an enhanced setback from that side lot line. These improvements, they're improvements from the previous structure that has existed for over 40 years. So this former flat roof structure formed part of the character of this lake during this period. It's been there for quite some time. In addition, as indicated in the staff photos, and there wasn't one there, but there is one in particular that's included in the agenda that shows the neighboring dock. Neighboring dock is located a little ways away, and you can see a privacy screen that's there on the dock. So clearly both neighbors are interested in maintaining privacy between each properties and have built structures accordingly. Maintaining this marine storage building in this location will also provide the privacy that they both require. And then again, this is also in accordance with your official plan policy direction. As staff correctly indicated, the location of this structure in this area will assist with the protection from ice. It's brought further into the shoreline. It's an improved situation in terms of its setback from the side lot line. And it's again, the same general size that was there previously. And the other matter to discuss, obviously I'm not a lawyer, nor do I want to be, but I fully respect the bylaw provisions that set out the minimum timeline for reconstruction of legal non-complying situations. My client is willing to provide a legal opinion because it has always been his intention to replace his boathouse. There was a boathouse there. It was replaced, albeit illegally. So the intention is there to maintain this legal non-complying status in accordance with the Planning Act. So as a result, he has proved to replace this in the same area. Should council wish to consider this improved situation, or the situation that previously existed, he's willing to provide a legal opinion again to show the building department that this was a legal non-complying status. And if there is an amendment necessary to the bylaw to remove that 2-year limitation, then essentially he could build at same location, same size, which again, he's willing to do in this situation. But again, it's closer to the water, it's further out into the lake, and it's projecting more towards that neighbor's lot line. So as a result, I would respectfully request council to consider 2 alternatives for this application. The first is to defer making a decision on the application, retain an ecologist to review the fish habitat, and also consider the relocated flat roof structure with the several zoning improvements, which I've indicated earlier, which again is subject to this application. The second option is that the applicant could seek to prove its legal non-complying status, and the bylaw could be exempted to exempt the 2-year limitation, and then the applicants could proceed with a building permit without the benefit of a fish habitat assessment to build it 1-for-1 in the exact same location, exact same size, exact same area, which again had previously existed over 40 years ago. So regardless, we would respectfully request that council not deny the application at this time. And it's important, again, once again, to note that the applicants there's a lake community email blast that was sent out indicating today's meeting. We had received obviously the 3 emails of support. The new one from the neighbors is new to us. We had no idea that this was a concern, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you for the report, sir. Questions for Mr. Zerbeck? Councillor Godar.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. Stefan, you referred to it as a storage building, not a boathouse. I'm really confused on that one. A storage unit could be on the shoreline. You could store your boats or your, kayaks, canoes, whatever in it. I don't know why it would be called a storage unit.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, your bylaw definition specifically requires the mooring of boats with a boat slip. I encourage, I don't have the bylaw in front of me, with that specific definition, but it is not there to moor a boat. It doesn't have a boat slip, and it's there just storage. So it is a legal non-complying marine storage facility that's projecting out into the water. It has always been that, and they're just looking to replace that.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Stefan. I'm really pleased to hear that you're going to advise your client to look for a deferral on this, because as it sits right now, it's not looking good. The fact that however it happened, that the existing boathouse got removed over 2 years ago, without making a new 1-for-1. You can argue that can be argued. I think it can't. Fish habitat not being provided. The new structures are not really a boathouse, and I agree with Councillor Goddard that it's not really a boathouse, but because it doesn't have a slip, but still it is a marine structure. So I look at that and suggest that we're not going to talk about design, but getting rid of the flat roof, making it smaller, and moving it away from the property line might get you a deferral. But other than that, I don't see any life in this.
Any further questions for Mr. Sherman? Okay, is there anyone in the audience wishes to speak to this file here? Yes, if you could come forward, sir, name and address for the record.
Charles Parado, 1087 South Camp Lake. I'm next door to this property and most affected by this proposal from the applicant. I've owned the property since 1988, and I know the boathouse that was there. The Cabellos were my neighbors at that time, and that building was about 8 feet by 10 feet. I don't know what the size is that is being proposed in this application, but I got a feeling it's going to be bigger than that. And the building that was there was being used to house a boat. There's a garage door, I believe. I sent a picture to Helena Thiesdale showing the old boathouse with the garage door that goes up that the boat would go in. I'm familiar with the building. And on each side of that slip inside were the life preservers, paddles, oars, and stuff like that. That's what was. And it's gone. And if it's not going to fit into the grandfathering of it coming back to that same position, then the land ought to stay as it is now. And I've sent a picture of that, and you have a picture of what that shoreline looks like right now as well. It ought to stay like that. And asking to have it there was a 14-foot setback to my property, and it's looking to be reduced to 4 feet. I don't agree. It's way too much encroachment on me. And as far as privacy goes, if you're thinking you're going to build this so that nobody can see it, it's looking at me and a little bit too close. So that's about all I got to say, I think. I don't agree with this.
Okay, any questions for this? No, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishes to speak to this file?
Hi, council members. My name is James Blocker from 30 Highway Avenue in London, Ontario. I am the property owner, 1083 South Camp Lake Road. Thank you for your time and listening to the case. I respectfully ask, I guess, for a deferral. I'm more than willing to do the environmental assessment and adjust the design accordingly after speaking with the various council members. It is my intention to rebuild the structure and be able to use it for our family's use and hopefully rotate it around in the bay so that we can use a bit of the natural beach that's there. My two daughters love playing there at this time. They're 2 and 5. I guess that would be my request, so we can act on that accordingly.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for this gentleman? Not seeing. Is there anyone else online or? No. Okay, council, I heard a request for deferral. Are we kind of looking at that? So here I'm looking for a postponement then. And then date for all this assessments and fish studies and that, I don't know how long that will take. Is it a busy fish study season?
Through you, Mayor Glover, yes, I would perhaps defer to the applicant or agent as to what timeline would be for a fish habitat assessment.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, good question. I think the fish habitat folks are busy. I mean, getting a report from them is that they're also really busy. I mean, I could suggest 2 months, September.
Well, I think we're looking for, go ahead. Did you want to say something? We're looking for a postponement. I mean, we can.
Sure. Yeah, a postponement.
One, and then you could maybe re-postpone, right? I mean, couldn't you just say another? Yeah, so some date that's not today.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to be clear, so that we've got a specific direction, are we looking to replace the structure 1 for 1 and get the legal opinion to show the legal non-compliant status? Or are we looking to consider the application that's in front of you with some other modifications that I think we can work through? But, you know, the idea is to situate the structure within this little bay as which was there before.
Yeah, from this is council, just my opinion. It seemed like a whole kind of a whole bunch of discussions have to happen, and some of them with staff and some of them with environmental people is where I see this. So the deferral, I was hoping that you'd work that out and bring us back best you can, because kind of a salad bar right now. I don't really know. There's a lot to take in. Anyone else want to comment on that? Councillor Papard.
Just my opinion on it. I don't know that we require a secondary legal opinion on the timeline. We know they went over the timeline, but is council willing to allow that if it's 1 for 1 and they do the fish habitat study? That'd be my opinion.
So you're asking council if, go ahead.
The simple deferral with a fish habitat study and 1 for 1 replacement would be where my brain is going on that one.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand where Councillor Papard is coming from on this, but I cannot support putting exactly what is on this application. I think it needs to be smaller. I'd like to get rid of the rooftop patio area, because if a neighbor is concerned about proximity now, wait till you've got a deck on top that's now overlooking his property. Not a chance. Get it back to a flat, get it away from the flat roof, make it smaller. Try to pull it in from the water's edge even more, and then again work on the fish habitat study.
Anyone else? Councillor LaCroix.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly have to agree with Councillor Brooks. According to the neighbor, it was 8 by 10. This structure here is 18 feet by 30 feet. So if you go 1 for 1, it certainly can't be that big. So I don't see them wanting to go 1 to 1. So again, you would have to have a pitched roof and try to move it away from the property line.
Okay, so we're not at a stage here where we can direct and design this. You're going to have to come back, talk to staff and get your fish habitat. So I've got a postponement here to September 30th, if that works for committee and council for now. And if it doesn't, we'll sort it out then. So I will read it, or are we going to just put it up on the screen and I'll read the thing and then read the postponement, or do I read the whole thing? Whatever you want, Madam Clerk. Okay, I just have to postpone. So moved by Councillor LaCroix, seconded by Councillor Papard. Be resolved that application Z0525 LLB Blocker and Huck be postponed. And I have to September 30th. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we're on to bylaw amendment application Z1025 LLB Cheeseman. Arla. Good morning, Arla. Welcome.
Good morning. Alrighty. Bylaw amendment application Z1025 has been submitted for a property at 1006 10 Mile Bay Road. The applicants are requesting to rezone the property from waterfront residential with a previous exception to waterfront residential with a new exception in order to permit the demolition of an existing deck to construct additions to one of two existing dwellings, as well as construct a new deck. Staff are recommending approval of this application. As council may recall, this property was subject to a previous bylaw amendment that was brought forward in 2024 to permit additions to one of the two existing dwellings. The applicants have since revised their plans, reducing the shape and size of the addition significantly from what was previously approved. Now, as part of their revised plans, the footprint of the proposed deck does not match the approved layout included as part of the previously approved bylaw. As such, the applicants need a new bylaw amendment to delete that previous exception and delete the previous schedules. The property is currently zoned waterfront residential with a previous exception and abuts waterfront environmental protection area that's associated with a type 1 fish habitat. The applicants provided a fish habitat assessment, which was required as part of their previous planning application. The property has approximately 270 feet of shoreline frontage on Lake of Bays and is currently developed with two dwellings, both with attached decks, two sheds, two docks, and a carport. The rear of the property is vegetated with mature trees, and the shoreline is open and somewhat vegetated between the two dwellings. The existing septics are located in front of the two dwellings as well. So on the screen before you, in red is highlighted the existing dwelling that they're proposing the additions and the change to the deck layout. As I outlined in my staff report, the application is proposing to demolish the existing decks attached to one of the existing dwellings in order to permit the construction of a 14 square meter addition onto the rear of the dwelling and a 23.9 square meter covered deck and a 12.2 square meter uncovered deck at the front of the dwelling. Under the current provisions in the community planning permit bylaw, the proposed additions could be permitted by way of a Class 2 council variation planning permit. However, as there was a previous site-specific bylaw amendment that was applied to the property, a bylaw amendment is now required to delete those previously approved plans, repeal the old exception, and replace with a new one. The proposed development will now maintain the existing shoreline yard setback of 26.2 meters to the dwelling and 22.5 meters to the attached deck. The proposed deck addition does not encroach closer to the shoreline than the existing line of development. As part of the previous applications, the proposed development was encroaching slightly closer to the shoreline, and as per staff's recommendation, the applicants have already provided a fish habitat assessment. As that was included as part of their previous development permit. The assessment outlines 4 recommendations that should be implemented to ensure that water quality and nearshore fish habitat is protected. And the study concludes by stating that the consultants have no concerns with the construction of the proposed additions. So on the screen before you on the left shows the now proposed deck and dwelling addition. And on the right, you can see the previous approvals. So the applicants have significantly reduced the size of the addition to the rear of the dwelling and have foregone the addition to the front of the dwelling. Currently, they are seeking relief for the portion of the deck squared out in red on the left. As you can see, there was no previous approval for that wraparound portion. And so they need the bylaw amendment to proceed with that today. Some pictures of the property for your reference. The top left shows the existing dwelling and the existing attached deck. You can see there is an existing portion of the deck that wraps around. However, as the previous approval did not include that wraparound portion, they need relief for that today. The photo on the left shows one of the dwellings on the property, and then top right shows the subject dwelling from the shoreline, and bottom right shows the second dwelling and accessory structures seen from 10 Mile Bay Road. In terms of comments, the clerk's department confirmed that there is an open shore road allowance on the property and that the applicants will require an application to authorize the existing docks. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed addition to one of the existing dwellings will have minimal negative impacts on adjacent properties, nor the integrity of the waterfront, and that building mass and coverage is appropriate in relation to the size and frontage of the property. It's staff's opinion the proposed development is in keeping with existing development character, is appropriate for the development of the lands, is consistent with the 2024 provincial planning statement, meets the intent, design principles, and policies of both district and township official plans. Staff have no concerns with the approval of this application, subject to the recommendations outlined in our report. At this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Arla, for the report. Questions? Not seeing any. Is the agent available?
I believe the owners might be in attendance,
Oh, they're in attendance? Okay.
either in person or on Zoom, I'm not sure.
What the heck's going on here? Is this not Melissa? Okay, so they don't wish to speak? Okay, so they don't wish to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience or online that wishes to speak to this file? Okay, thank you for that. I have a resolution unless someone has an issue. No one does. Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Goddard, and the resolution is on the screen. Therefore, be resolved, application Z1024 LB Cheeseman be approved and the bylaw 2025-102 be read and passed by council. All those in favor? And it's carried. Thank you. And I have a bylaw, Corporation of the Township of Lincoln Bay, bylaw number 2025-102, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2021-111, known as the Community Planning Permit Bylaw Cheeseman. All those in favor? Thank you. It's carried. Okay, thank you very much for that. Now we are into council variations. Yeah, council variations to bylaw 2021-111, community planning permit application Neldner, and this will be Chloe online. Yeah, well, I guess if she came flying through the doors, I'd go. Hello, Chloe, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. Welcome, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm just going to get my presentation up here. Okay, so we have a CPP application. It's been submitted for property at 1152 Pine Ridge Road, Unit 2. The application is requesting approval to permit the construction of a 2,420 square foot detached garage. The reason that it requires approval is because it has an increased building height of about 5.4 feet above what's permitted. The proposed garage meets all other provisions of the bylaw, however, and we are recommending approval of this application. So the property has a total lot area of 1.61 hectares and 204.2 meters of frontage on Lake of Bays. The property is currently developed with a dwelling with attached decks, sheds, a boathouse, and a dock. The property is well vegetated with a mix of mature trees and low-lying shrubs. And the property contains slopes from the roadside. They go approximately till the water's edge. You can view these. I'll show you some photos from the site visit from when staff went out. But as you can see from this site plan, there is a little bit of sloping amongst the property. You can see there some sloping. This is approximately kind of the area of the proposed garage. As you can see, it's off to the side of the existing driveway. And if looking at it from the shoreline to the left of the residence. And you can see that mature tree and shrubbery in the shoreline that is pretty extensive. Some views to the shoreline from the approximate area of the garage. As you can see, the property has been identified to have slopes, but most of them are pretty not significant, but it isn't flat by any means. Here we can see the proposed conceptual drawing of the garage. So an increase in the maximum height of 5.4 feet above the permitted as per the submitted planning justification report. The request is due to that sloping terrain causing different heights for opposing sides of the proposed structure. Overall, staff are of the opinion that the proposal reflects good planning, maintains the intent of the provincial district and township policies, and would have minimal negative impacts on the adjacent properties due to the significant vegetation. Staff have no concerns with the approval of this application, and if anybody has any questions for me, I would be happy to help, as well as the agent is present. Melissa is here, so thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chloe. Questions, council? Not seeing any, so if you could come forward, please. Thank you.
So good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Melissa Markham Planning, 1025 Rebecca Lane, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2J6. As Chloe mentioned, I'm here today on behalf of the owners of the subject lands. The owners are seeking relief for the maximum height of an accessory building, and this is coming through as a council variation as it meets those requirements in the bylaw. The owner and I have read the staff report recommending approval of the application, and we are in agreement with the recommendation before council today. As you heard, the subject lands have an area of approximately 3.57 acres and 364 feet of frontage. Property is developed with a dwelling, 3 sheds, and a dock and boathouse. The lands are extremely well vegetated outside of the building envelopes and driveway on the property. It has been left in a natural state. The CPP provides criteria for variations from standards, which have been addressed in my full planning report, which was submitted with the application. And I'll just provide a brief overview of those, my opinion here today. As you heard, the increase in height for a detached garage is due to the topography of the property. The detached garage is proposed in a location where the natural waterfront and environment will prevail. It will blend into the landscape, and views of photos that were submitted of the application. This area is not visual from the lake. It will blend in. No development is proposed within the shoreline yard setback. All setbacks are being met, lot coverage and maximum footprint within 20 to 60 meters of the property. The proposal is appropriate for the subject lands. The accessory building is permitted. As I mentioned, it complies with all other provisions of the bylaw. The increase in height is due to a change in topography from the lake to the rear of the property. The height is also less than that, which is permitted for a dwelling. The proposal will not have any offsite impacts, no impact from the lake or adjacent property owners. And as you heard, the increase in height is 1.66 meters above that which is permitted. A letter of support was also submitted from the adjacent property owner that is closest to this property line, stating support for the application. The proposal meets the general intent of the bylaw. The intent of the maximum height provision is to ensure that the height is below the tree canopy and in keeping with the existing development. If this detached building was moved farther back on the property and in compliance with the height, it would actually appear taller than the proposed building that's before you today. The proposal will maintain the general intent of the official plan, and I'm here to request council approve the application as proposed and as supported by planning staff. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. Through you to Melissa. Thanks for your report, Melissa. The question I have is about the square footage. Is that the total square footage, or is that footprint? What are we, when we have a figure here of what, 2420 square feet? Is that the total, or is that footprint?
Through you, Mayor Glover, that's the footprint of the building.
At what, maybe this is for staff, may I, Mayor Glover? At what point does this become a second dwelling versus a garage? Like, is there, I mean, it looks like a dwelling with a garage, and I'm just wondering how we distinguish how that kind of determination is made.
I'll go first to Chloe. Did you want to take a shot at that? Good.
Yeah, so the use of the building has been proposed as a detached garage. There is going to be what would be considered a sleeping cabin within this, but it has been shown to not exceed the maximum of 581 square feet. So it will have habitable space within it, but due to the plans, we aren't allowing that to exceed 581 square feet. So the use of the remainder of that building is to remain as garage storage, not habitable space. And the agent can speak to that too if she would like to. But we discussed that prior to the meeting today.
Okay, I see smoke coming out. Are you okay there, Mr. Councillor Anderson? You're good? Anyone else? Questions? Councillor Godar.
This is a question for Taka. So Taka, I see you didn't make it, you were not concerned about this, the more, I guess, bunky space on the garage in terms of the septic, is that right?
If they're applying for a bunkie, which this application said garage, but if they're applying for a bunkie as well, they will have to apply for a septic permit or prove that their existing septic is capable of handling the loading. But we won't issue the permit until that's taken care of.
Any further questions? Okay. Is there anyone in the audience wishes to speak to this file? No one? Okay. I have a resolution that's really large that's going to be up on the screen. Moved by Councillor Brooks, seconded by Councillor Anderson. And I guess I'll just read. Now, be it resolved that the Council for Planning Matters, the Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays hereby approves the subject proposal in accordance with attached Schedule A, subject to the following conditions that are up on the screen. All those in favor? It's carried. And Chloe, being your last, oh, she's gone. Being your last day, you could probably hear me. Thank you so much for everything you've done for us. We appreciate that, and we wish you well in your, I assume, career, unless you're done with planning and you're going to go on to be an architect or whatever you're going to do. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You will see me again. I am just on leave again to have another baby. So I will be back. You haven't seen the last of me.
I guess that's a personal thing that no one told me. So congratulations again. Yeah.
Thank you, though. I appreciate the kind words, and I'm excited to see you all again, whenever that may be, probably in about a year.
Okay, take care.
Thank you.
Well, I got a little egg on my face. Next up, I have Community Planning Permit Application CBP 04425 LOB De Jong and Bettina, and this is Arla. Go ahead, Arla.
Good morning again. Application CPP 44-25 has been submitted for a property at 1179 Ronville Road, requesting approval to construct a 24.5 square meter deck expansion onto an existing legal non-complying dwelling, resulting in an overall deck size of 63.5 square meters. Staff are recommending approval. The property has approximately 250 feet of shoreline frontage on Lake Bays and has approximately 2.4 acres of lot area. The property is developed with 2 dwellings, a barn, a detached garage, a dock, and several sheds. The applicants are requesting approval to permit the construction of a 24.5 square meter as-built expansion to an existing deck. As the dwelling is legal non-conforming, meaning there's 2 dwellings on the property, the applicants require council approval in order to permit any expansions or alterations. On the site plan before you, you can see highlighted in orange is the as-built deck expansion that they're seeking approval for today. In terms of constraints, the property was identified to contain some steep sloping, stratum 2 deer wintering habitat, low wildland fire hazard assessment area, and is located within 2 D4 waste disposal influence areas. As the application seeks to permit an expansion to an existing deck that's been constructed on piles, staff are of the opinion that there's sufficient airflow under the deck, that there will be no potential risk of gas buildup, and as such did not deem it appropriate to require a D4 assessment today. Some pictures on the screen for you. The bottom left image shows the as-built deck attached to the dwelling. And then the images on the right, top right, shows the existing detached garage and the barn kind of off in the distance. And then the bottom right shows another view of that existing barn. Section 3.15 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw speaks to legal nonconforming uses. Any expansions to legal nonconforming uses shall only proceed on the basis of a Class 2 planning permit, where council is satisfied that development will meet the intent of the bylaw and official plan. This application proposes to increase the building footprint of an existing legal nonconforming dwelling by way of a deck expansion, and as such, the application is brought before you today. The proposed deck expansion will be located beyond the minimum required shoreline yard setback at 25 meters, where 20 meters is required, and complies with all other provisions of the bylaw, including lot coverage and applicable setbacks. Staff have no objections to the approval of the deck expansion, as there's no vegetation removal required in order to facilitate the development. Further, staff are of the opinion that the proposed addition does not further the established impact of the development on the shoreline. Some more pictures there on the screen for you. Top left shows the dwelling viewed from the shoreline. So you can see there's some steep sloping that kind of buffers the impact of the visual impact of that dwelling. Bottom left image shows the view of the second dwelling off in the distance and that barn to the right. Top right image shows the existing shoreline structures, and bottom right image shows that as-built deck expansion just from a different angle. In terms of comments, no concerns were raised by the clerk's building or public works departments. And further, the district has confirmed that they have no objections to the application. Overall, staff are of the opinion that the proposal reflects good planning and maintains the intent of provincial, district, and township policy. The application further fulfills the criteria of section 2.13 of the bylaw and would have minimal negative impacts on adjacent properties or the integrity of the waterfront area. At this point, staff have no concerns with the approval of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Arna. Questions for Arna? Not seeing any. Is the agent available? And then he's the owner? Hello, you've waited patiently there. Would you wish to make comment or? Okay. Yes, is there anyone else in the public who wishes to speak to this file? Okay. I have a huge resolution moved by Councillor LaCroix and seconded by Councillor Papard. And I'll just read the final, wherever it is. Now be it resolved, the Council for Planning Matters, the Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays hereby approves the subject proposal in accordance with attached Schedule A, subject to the following conditions which are on the screen. Everybody okay with moving along? Then I will find the page. All those in favor? It's carried. Start by 11. Okay, thank you very much. That one is done. So we are on to move it up. I think take the break. Yeah. So are we recess or are we what? No, but what am I saying? We're going for lunch? Okay, we'll be retiring for lunch and we'll be back for the 1 o'clock closed session or scheduled session. The housekeeping amendment, right. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock for the housekeeping amendment. Thank you for joining us. And we're going to have something to eat. Have a great day. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you. We are back and we are going into the housekeeping amendment number 2 to the community planning permit bylaw 2021-111 parking provisions Z 3624 LB revised, and the report will be April. Good afternoon, April.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. So as council will recall, a public meeting was held at the April 29th, 2025 Council Planning Matters meeting regarding these proposed parking amendments, whereby staff presented all of the amendments to the parking provisions in the community planning permit bylaw. Notice of the public meeting was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act, and no comments were received prior to or during that public meeting. As a quick refresher, the community improvement plan for the communities of Baysville, Dorset, Dwight, and Hillside that was approved by council in February of 2024 recommends that a review of parking provisions be conducted to reduce impediments to business expansion, as well as review the parking requirements for new and expanding businesses to determine how parking could be accommodated off-site. Furthermore, Council Planning Matters resolved to direct planning staff via resolution and subsequently through budget discussions at the December 10th, 2024 council meeting to undertake a review of the township's parking provisions and update them by way of a housekeeping amendment. So that's why we're here today. Based on the discussions at the April 29th meeting, Council passed the resolution that's shown on the slide here. As per the resolution, the requested changes shown in red on the slide to section 3.17.1.8 and 3.17.1.13 for the listed uses in the community planning permit bylaw have been made to the draft bylaw attached as Appendix A to the staff report. I will note that a separate staff report will be presented to council following this report regarding cash and lieu parking as per the resolution. This second public meeting today is being held to further consider the township-wide amendments and changes made to the draft bylaw at the first public meeting based on direction from council. Notice for this second public meeting was also circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. I will go into a little bit more detail in terms of the public notification that was completed. So I did want to highlight that there was comprehensive public notification for today's meeting for both those proposed amendments that I'm presenting now, as well as the cash and lieu parking that I'll be presenting later today, to notify the public, council, and stakeholders. This includes the notice of public meeting being circulated to stakeholders, agencies, internal departments, and Indigenous communities for comments, creation of a designated web page to provide information to the public, as well as a comment form, meeting information, and resources. This web page has over 700 visits, so it did get a lot of traction. A press release was sent to media with articles published in 5 local outlets. There was news posts and banners on the township's website. There were social media posts and web ad campaigns, as well as messaging on our LED signs and our digital signage. 2 public comments have been received, which have been added as an addendum to the agenda this morning and are in council's packages today as well. So before I get into these amendments, I know some of this information may be repetitive from the presentation on April 29th, but as this is a second public meeting, there may be members of the public viewing today that have not had an opportunity to see this presentation. So bear with me. Before I dive into the proposed amendments, I wanted to provide a brief overview of the process staff went through for these housekeeping amendments. So staff conducted a jurisdictional review of parking provisions and approaches for parking in downtown and community areas of neighboring municipalities, as well as similar municipalities in Ontario. Based on this review, it appears that there are opportunities for the parking provisions in the community planning permit bylaw to be amended to reduce impediments to business expansion and or new businesses within the township's settlement areas. Based on this research, the changes to the community planning permit bylaw are proposed as outlined in the draft bylaw attached to the staff report as Appendix A. You'll also see excerpts of the bylaw parking provisions that were gathered through the jurisdictional review that are attached as Appendix B to the report for reference. So the first provision I'll be highlighting on the slide here pertains to parking within currently 150 meters of a property. You'll see on the left here is the existing provision, which basically says that required parking spaces for commercial uses may be located on a separate lot, provided the parking is located within 150 meters and is located within the same planning permit area as the commercial use. On the right, you can see what is proposed for that provision to be amended. So it basically says that the required parking spaces for commercial and institutional uses may be located in a separate lot, provided the parking is located within 500 meters of the commercial or institutional use In those cases, an agreement would need to be entered into with the township and registered on title to ensure that that parking is provided in perpetuity. So based on this jurisdiction review, the town of Huntsville, town of Perry Sound, town of Gananoque, town of Gravenhurst, and township of Severn have similar requirements for an agreement, deed, lease, or some other form of legal document to ensure that the parking is provided in perpetuity. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed wording on the slide here provides the proper process and requirements to ensure that the required number of parking spaces for commercial institutional use are provided for to assist in minimizing potential conflicts in the future. In addition, the proposed wording provides for additional flexibility for commercial or institutional uses to provide parking on adjacent property, provided that the owner of both lots enter into an agreement and is registered on title. So you'll see on red here, as per the direction in the April 29th council resolution, the distance between the subject lands and a separate lot on which parking is to be provided has been amended from 150 meters, which is currently in the community planning permit bylaw, to 500 meters. This has been incorporated into the revised draft bylaw attached to the staff report. So that is one of the changes that were made since the April meeting. The next provision I'll be speaking to is variation to the minimum parking space requirements. So on the left here, you can see the existing provision, and it states that there is no mechanism for staff to be able to vary any of those parking provisions. And council can vary up to 25% of the parking provisions through a Class 2 planning permit. Anything above and beyond 25% would require a bylaw amendment, and that is a more onerous planning process. So on the right, you can see the proposed changes in red. We're proposing to allow staff to vary up to 25% of the parking space requirements. Again, a parking justification report may be required. And then council can vary anything above 25%, provided that parking justification report is provided. So no changes to this proposed amendment have been made since the April meeting. Staff are of the opinion that the existing provisions for variances to required parking spaces trigger the need for a more onerous planning process and do not allow for minor deviations or variations. It is staff's opinion that a variation of up to 25% through a Class 1 staff variation as proposed would be appropriate, with any request greater than 25% requiring council approval through a Class 2 council variation. So the following slides pertain to proposed changes to parking provisions for particular use or uses that are listed in section 3.17.1.13 of the bylaw. Parking provisions for the township are regulated by type of use in section 3.17. For these proposed changes, the rationale will essentially be the same for each one, in that the proposed number of parking spaces required is based on the approximate average number of spaces required for listed or similar uses that were gathered through that jurisdictional scan. Again, we looked at parking provisions and other zoning bylaws throughout Muskoka, as well as other similar municipalities in Ontario, and that's the basis for these recommendations. So you'll see on the slide here, the first use that parking provisions are proposed to be changed for is a multiple dwelling. Currently, the parking space requirements are 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit, plus 1 visitor space for every 2 dwelling units, and proposing to reduce that parking space requirement to 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit. No changes to this proposed amendment have been made since the April meeting. And again, this is based on that jurisdictional review. The next grouping of uses is motel, resort, cottage establishment, tourist establishment, and tourist camping establishment. Currently, the parking space requirement is 1.5 parking spaces for every accommodation unit, cottage, campsite, or housekeeping unit, plus 2 parking spaces for the owner's dwelling unit or caretaker's cabin. So we're proposing to reduce the parking requirement to 1 parking space for every accommodation unit, cottage, campsite, or housekeeping unit. No changes to this proposed amendment have been made since the April meeting. And again, this is recommended based on the jurisdictional review. The next grouping of uses is religious institution, place of assembly, club, marketplace, and other recreational uses not listed. Currently, the parking space requirement is 1 parking space for every 9 square meters of gross floor area, or 1 parking space for every 5 persons to be accommodated based on the total capacity of the facility, whichever is greater. Proposing to essentially reduce the parking requirement to 1 parking space for every 18 square meters of gross floor area. No changes to this proposed amendment have been made since the April meeting. The next grouping of uses is restaurant, tavern, and place of entertainment. Currently, the parking requirement is 1 parking space for every 9 square meters of gross floor area, or 1 parking space for every 4 persons to be accommodated based on the total capacity of the building, whichever is greater. We're essentially proposing to reduce the parking space requirement to 1 parking space for every 14 square meters. And again, no changes to this proposed amendment have been made since the April meeting. The next grouping of uses is motor vehicle repair establishment, motor vehicle sales or rental establishment, motor vehicle service station, and motor vehicle washing establishment. Currently, the requirement is 1 parking space for every 20 square meters of gross floor area. I'm proposing to reduce that to 1 parking space for every 28 square meters of gross floor area. And again, no changes have been made since the April meeting. So this is one of the changes that has been incorporated into the bylaw based on discussions at the April meeting. I won't list all these uses, but essentially they're commercial in nature. The existing parking space requirement is 1 parking space for every 20 square meters of gross floor area with a minimum of 2 parking spaces, and proposing to reduce the parking space requirement to 1 parking space for every 28 square meters. Now, as per direction at the April meeting, the proposed parking spaces required was revised from 1 parking space for every 25 square meters to 1 parking space for every 28 square meters. So that's further reducing the parking requirement. This is the final grouping of permitted uses or list of uses. It's garden center, nursery, wildlife center, building supply establishment, storage establishment, and contractors establishment. So currently the parking requirement is 1 parking space for every 40 square meters of gross floor area with a minimum of 2. Proposing to reduce to 1 parking space for every 100 square meters of gross floor area. And no changes have been made to this since the April 29th meeting. Okay, cash in lieu of parking. I won't touch on this too much, but at the April 29th, 2025 meeting, staff presented an overview of cash in lieu of parking. As per direction in the council resolution, staff were to return to council at a later date with a cash in lieu of parking bylaw application and proposed amendments to the fees and charges bylaw for council's consideration. Again, a separate staff report I'll present shortly on cash in lieu. But I will highlight the proposed enabling provisions for cash in lieu that are proposed through the community planning permit bylaw through these amendments. So with the enabling provision on this slide, we would be able to essentially implement the cash in lieu at the discretion of council. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed amendments to the bylaw address the recommended changes intended to reduce impediments to business expansion and new businesses in the township's communities as recommended in the community improvement plan. And changes have been made to the draft bylaw based on direction at the April 29th meeting. At this time, staff are presenting the revised draft bylaw amendments for council and public review and comments. Staff recommend that the final bylaw amendments be brought forward to a subsequent meeting after receiving any additional comments from council and the public and incorporating those changes where appropriate based on the feedback received. So no decision on the bylaws being made at this meeting. These amendments again are being presented today for discussion. So if you have any additional changes or any other feedback, I'd be happy to answer any questions and take those now. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, April, for that report. A lot of stuff flying by there. I don't know who caught what, but any questions? Councillor Brooks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Through you to April. I think we can tell by the lack of consultation from the public that these are some good things to hear. One of the things that I would like to get a grasp on, though, is how we're dealing with snow storage and its effect on parking. Because as you know, that when we get a lot of snow, tends to eat up a number of parking spots. So if you've got a negative amount of parking spaces already and we're losing some, are we going to be encouraging snow removal to be off-site? That's an issue that I think we need to kind of address.
Yeah, through Mayor Glover. So with the parking space requirements, those are the minimum requirements that would need to be provided. So the owner or occupant would need to be able to make sure that those parking spaces are provided, even in the winter time. But certainly we appreciate the comment and we take that in consideration.
further? Okay, well, that was a great meeting. Anyone else? Sorry. Councillor LaCroix. Go ahead, sir.
Well, just a comment on, first of all, a comment on the snow removal. I realize that, once you're allowed so many parking spaces and snow will be accumulating in some of those. But I would say in respect to that, in the wintertime, you're going to get a lot less customers. So, if in the summertime, if you get a retail store with, well, like, say the brewery, for instance, if they have an event on and they get 50 cars, certainly in the winter, there's no events. So do you really need 50 cars to park there? Probably not. That's just a comment. When I look at it, I'm certainly glad to see that we're doing a lot to try and eliminate some of these parking spaces. I'm still not sure whether or not we're doing enough for the retail. When I look at 20 square feet for every one parking spot to 28 square feet, if I round it up to 1,000 square meters, I mean, not feet, that seems to accumulate from 50 parking spaces to 40. I mean, it certainly does help, but I don't know if that, when I look at a lot of businesses, I'll just stick with Baysville because I know it better. A lot of the existing businesses in there are lucky to have 2 or 3 parking spots. If they had to pay for those extra parking spots in lieu of cash, that would be, depending on what the business is, could be quite substantial. So I'm just wondering whether or not we're going far enough in that field.
Further comments? Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. Back to Councillor Lacroix's comment about snow. And days like today, I think we could appreciate that cold weather would be refreshing a little bit. But anyway, having said that, as I understand staff's approach is if you require, for example, 20 spots and you know that snow removal is going to eat up 3 or 4 spots, then you know to provide 24 spots. So I think it's pretty simple. I don't have a problem with it.
Councillor Tapley.
Good afternoon, Mayor Glover. Is this retroactive? Does this apply to businesses already there, like a business on a street? Like, I don't know, someone has business and it's on the street. They don't provide parking. They just find parking somewhere else, like in Huntsville? Or is it applying to every business?
Through Mayor Glover, typically the review of these parking space requirements would come up when they're looking to, or a business is looking to expand or redevelop. Essentially.
Okay, I'm gonna open up something else. Well, maybe not. Let's just use examples. So if, say, a restaurant in Baysville wants to put more of their parking lot, turn it into a patio. And I know we don't have sizes, but what we've actually done is allowed a little bit of leeway. I'm with Councillor LaCroix and concerned that, say, I'll use cast iron as an example. If they want to put, and I don't remember exactly how much of their parking lot they wanted to have in place. They did it during COVID. And I guess is the answer that when someone applies now for this, we'll review it. Is that kind of the answer? Because we don't really know. Does that sound right?
Are you referring to if someone's coming forward with a new development, we look at these parking provisions? Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, and then remember, council, that you have the ability to waive some of these things, or most of them, right? I mean, the fact is that the cash in lieu of parking can be waived. I don't know if the whole bylaw can be waived, but I mean, that part of the idea here is to get these smaller retail places, give them the opportunity to open up, to give them more business during the peak economic times. So you've got let's go way out there and say the weather's perfect and you've got 8 weeks to make your whole year. The concern is that I know that the cast iron had a bigger one during COVID. I know that we ran into a major situation with the Lake of Bays Brewery wanting to expand to this big patio, and our bylaws didn't allow it. So now I just want to be clear. Are we able to work enough with these new bylaws to allow some of these things? And one of the questions, Councillor LaCroix, or somebody over here said, I think Councillor Tapley, if you're a small retail store, you have 1,000 square feet, you're going to demand how many spaces? Because I think somebody thought it's 40, and I'm not sure that's correct. But go ahead, I'll let you, if you can help me with that.
Yeah, certainly. So if a business comes forward is looking for a parking space reduction, they could either go through the planning process for a planning application, which may either trigger, again, the class 1 staff variation or coming to council for class 2. Or alternatively, like I'll be presenting later, cash in lieu of parking is another option where someone would pay per fee or fee per space to essentially exempt from a certain amount of that parking requirement. So the idea of all of these amendments is to try to provide additional tools and opportunities for parking.
I guess what I'm trying to suggest is, and I'm trying to help here so we all understand, I kind of got a good idea of what's going on, but the question is, in following our basic planning principles, we get up against a wall in certain situations and we say, well, that's part of the official plan. And what you're establishing here is part of a plan that by which once we put this into practice, we don't want it to be extraordinarily onerous that we can't work with it. The concept, the way I see this is that let's take Baysville. They're one of the ones we heard the most from with regards to parking. It's a completely unique situation. Unique in the sense that there's a couple of businesses there. I don't know offhand. Let's say 6 or 8, which I think's a lot for the area. And the concern is I guess that if you have 40, how are you ever going to put parking in place that needs to be? Because that's the only way I can see that there's a concern. So my suggestion is, firstly, I mean, I had a business there. I had a business in both towns, Bracebridge and Huntsville. All 3 are completely different. Bracebridge is entertaining more business recently. I noticed because you can watch their town cameras. We had them on both our retail sites, so we could see the activity in both towns. Huntsville was a much busier place. On the other hand, Baysville, for most of the summer, you can lay on the road and nobody's going to come by. So to compare the towns to Baysville is a difficult comparison. However, you got to compare to something, and I get that. My thoughts are that should we get up against a situation by which we've got a problem. We've allowed too many opportunities for parking. We've got to scale back. Then my sense of it is you could revisit the situation again and suggest that, okay, here's where we are now. We've got so many businesses that have set up. We've got to relook at this parking provision because it's not correct. Is that correct? That could happen?
Certainly, if there were needs for future amendment, that could come forward through direction from council.
Does that help kind of try to get through this? Because my concern is you're going to say yes to all this and then find yourself against a wall again going, oh, Councillor Tapley.
Try again. What did they park for a walkabout? Got many cars come in for that. And the streets are all closed. So where are they parking for that?
Are you asking, who are you asking?
Asking, I don't know, you.
Oh,
Who was Jackie?
Yeah, what tends to happen in my personal view is people drive down the road who aren't familiar with Baysville. They see the cars backed up. They said, we better take one now or we're going to be walking a long way. Meanwhile, there's spots just in behind that aren't blocked off. The side streets aren't blocked off they're blocked off to approach that one main road. I think it's Bay Street, is it? But the side streets aren't. You'll find parking there. There's also been recognized that there's a lot of parking by the arena.
That's probably the heaviest parking time for Baysville. So people are finding places to park.
Another interesting thing I'm going to throw in there is in the town of Oakville now, when you go downtown Oakville, there's a giant computer board
that says, as you're about to turn, 3 spots left, 3 spots right, 4 spots. We don't have that. I don't expect we should install it. All I'm suggesting is that maybe there's a a way to point to parking to suggest there's parking here, there's parking here in order to facilitate that. That's a one-day event. The art show sometimes can get some situation, but it's, in my personal opinion, never been out of control. I've never heard from the OPP to say, hey, you've got a problem here with parking. But I can understand whereby we had to go through this process, because we couldn't just say, yes, do whatever you like. We had to readdress it, relook at it, pass new bylaws to sort it out. Mike, and I'm just trying to help Councillor Croy along with, his concerns around saying yes to all this and then finding ourselves in a situation at a later date. I hope I helped, or maybe I confused you more. Is there anybody else? Go ahead, Councillor Croy.
Yes, certainly that would, through you, Mr. Mayor, help a little bit. As Councillor Tapley said, do store owners right now need to apply for more parking? And the answer would be no, because unless they look to expand, then they would. So, but if they have parking for 2 and now they need 10, what do you do? And, I would say in all the towns that we have right now, whether it be Dwight, Dorset, or Baysville, we would be glad to see more retail. I mean, right now, just going through Baysville, because I know it better, 10 years ago, you had 20 businesses. Now we're down to 8 or 10. I mean, they are depleting. Now, whether or not I would say that's not all due to parking. That's other reasons why they've left or have gone under. But we should be trying to make it so that the township looks like it's asking for business to come. We don't want to put restrictions on there to try and deny or give people the reasons for not coming. If we want the community to survive, we need retail. If we want it to be a breakfast community where all we want are residents who shop everywhere but Lake of Bays, then that's a different issue altogether. But in my view, I would think that we'd want to create a town where there is retail, where there is possibility for people to come to Lake of Bays in our small communities. And the only way you're going to do that is to try and entice businesses to come to that area. And to do that, you need to have reasons for it. Whether or not that's easier planning, easier building code, or not code, but easier building permits. And parking is one of those issues. As you say, right now, there's not a problem. But if we got 50 stores, then it may be a problem. But that would be something future councils could look at. So that's why, today, right now, we have no issue. So we should be making it as easy as possible for retailers to have parking in all our communities.
Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. I hear what Bob is saying. I think if we want to have more commercial, we have to provide more people. And so starting off with the 117 streetscape package, which is going to certainly raise some eyebrows. Parks finishes up the new splash pad and parking and play area. I think that's going to kind of change the attitude with some of our residents that this is a destination, not just to drive through. So more people that create it as a destination, and they will go there. They will start to live there. They will, some of them will have businesses that they want to open up. I think, and we do need to have structure, and this is structure that I think we need to work with. As staff has said, if we want to amend it down the road, and there's a need to do that, then this council or subsequent council can amend it. But I think this is a good step forward to show that we're trying to do something to increase the viability of Baysville.
Couple things, Councillor Croy brought up something that I just want to talk briefly about, and that's, you know, businesses and the cycle of business. I mean, personally, my little business was there 10 years or 9 years. And at that point we decided we're good. And it wasn't a parking issue. It was that, you know, we also went through COVID, which was a tough economic time for most small retail and resort businesses. I don't believe for a second that that and the general store burnt down. I mean, it was a series of things, like the time the bar caught fire, and, you know, and well, the businesses are all leaving Baysville. Well, no, they're not. There were a couple caught fire, a couple retired, and here you are. It wasn't that people were leaving. But that said, the difficulty of running a small business in a village like Baysville is incredible. Anybody that can survive it has really got to be on top of it and pretty much doing it themselves, because the cost of labor, the cost of rent now, the cost of a lot of these items is so high that odds are it's difficult. Much like Port Carling, you see when you go in, it looks really vibrant come July, but then they couldn't even keep a small drive-through open because they couldn't staff it. They didn't have the resources. So firstly, I want to say that to make a village like Baysville grow, you've got to do something. And I think the first step is, let's see how we can make parking an easier issue, because that center core, as I understand it, or almost the whole downtown of Baysville, is commercially zoned. So pretty much anyone you could have 4 restaurants open, a Moroccan, this or that, and you're going to say then, oh my God, we need 300 parking spaces. So we have to find a way around it. Much like the town of Oakville. Now, the town of Oakville now, almost the entire downtown core is restaurants. And the fact of the matter is that they didn't come up with a whole bunch of parking. Those properties are worth far too much. They had to do this lieu of parking, which we're going to talk about next. But you have to find ways to make it more inviting to commercial and businesses. And yes, that's the streetscaping is a big part of that, and that can continue through a program we have, and so is the parks plan. We did a fabulous parks plan, but there's more to go. We just relit the park down there as well. There's more to come, and of course, I think the splash pad is going to draw some serious amount of people to the area. But that said, I believe that my understanding is this can be worked yet a bit for tight situations, but you know, as it grows, we can adapt and change it. That's my thought. And I'm getting the nod that's indeed possible, because my concern is, let's not pass something that's so difficult to deal with as soon as we pass it that we're back to square one. So, and there's been a ton of work that's gone into this. Let's make sure it's right. But we haven't had much engagement from the public at all. Are you going to get into that part, or was Jacob going to talk about? Did you say, or?
Oh, no. So 2 public comments were received in response to the public notification, and they were included in agenda packages.
And over the last couple of years, 500 social media posts, right? So, you know, I believe we're working on a plan to help everybody in the area, and that's the direction we're headed. So I'm not sure what else I could say. Go ahead, Councillor Croy.
Mr. Mayor, seems to be between you and me, but again, thanks for those comments. But I will, you know, if we look back in the past, the old Lincoln Lodge, which the property you were talking about, which was tried to be rebuilt, was turned down because of parking. That was the big issue. So that could be a vibrant business now, but it's not. If you look at your establishment, the one that you had at the corner, if that was to open today with the parking that you would need, you would not be able to open it up because you had 1 parking spot. So you would have to purchase one or something. But any small business that opens today would go through this and would need more parking spots than would likely be available. So they're either buying it or we're giving it to them for free if we're allowed to, but they would be coming back here no matter what.
Okay, I haven't heard from everyone, but I guess we're content. So what do I do next with that? This is just, go ahead, just the resolution. Okay. So, this one I'm gonna read. Moved by Councillor Papard, seconded by Councillor LaCroix. Whereas Council for Planning Matters, the Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays hereby receives staff report, housekeeping amendment number 2, the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2021-111 parking provisions, Z 3624 LB revised, June 24th, 2025 for information purposes. And whereas the housekeeping amendments to the parking provisions to the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2021-111 proposed to reduce impediments to business expansion and new businesses in the township communities as recommended in the township's community improvement plan. And further, that a public meeting was held on April 29th, 2025 to consider township-wide amendments to the parking provisions in the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2021-111. This second public meeting, which is today, is being held to further consider the township wide amendments and changes made to the draft bylaw at the first public meeting based on direction from council. Therefore, be it resolved, the final bylaw amendments be brought forward to a subsequent council for planning matters meeting with revisions based on discussions at this public meeting, right? All in favor? Thank you. It's carried.
Okay, cash in lieu of parking. So as I mentioned previously, at the last public meeting to consider the proposed parking provisions, council passed a resolution directing staff to return to council today with a cash in lieu of parking bylaw application and proposed amendment to the fees and charges bylaw. So staff are presenting, you'll see in the staff report attached to it, a number of different draft documents. So there's a draft bylaw, application form, agreement, as well as, well, I guess that's, and then jurisdiction review as well. And I'll explain that all today. So for background, Section 40 of the Planning Act provides an opportunity for a municipality to require payment and substitution of the provision of parking spaces required under the bylaw, with the funds collected being allocated to municipal parking infrastructure. Typically, an owner-occupant of a property is required to provide and maintain permanent parking facilities in accordance with the parking space requirements in the township's community planning permit bylaw for the specific use on the property. However, by implementing cash in lieu of parking, this allows the township to enter into a cash in lieu of parking agreement, exempting a property from parking through a payment of cash in lieu of parking, whereby only the number of parking spaces as set out in the agreement would be required to be provided. The intention of implementing cash in lieu of parking is to compensate the township for assuming the responsibility of providing parking facilities when a landowner or developer cannot meet the minimum parking requirements established in the bylaw. Okay, so the first attachment you'll see to the staff report is the cash in lieu of parking bylaw. So this has been drafted again in accordance with Section 40 of the Planning Act and is attached as Appendix A. It essentially outlines the process in which cash in lieu of parking agreement applications are processed, and it's also summarized in the staff report. So it is important to note that all applications for cash in lieu of parking will be presented to council for a decision. So you will have an opportunity to review and either approve or deny each application. Staff have also drafted a cash in lieu of parking application form for applicants to submit to the township for processing and review. The draft form is attached as Appendix C to the staff report. Based on a jurisdictional review, the application fee can range from $100 to almost $4,500, with some municipalities charging a fee specifically for the cash in lieu of parking agreement. Based on this jurisdictional review and approximate staff time for this type of application, staff proposed that an application fee of $800 plus cost acknowledgement be required to process and review the application, bring the application to a council planning matters meeting for decision by council, as well as process the cash in lieu of parking agreement. Now, it is important to note this fee does not include the cash in lieu of parking fee per parking space. It would not cover the cost to register the agreement on title. So staff, again, also drafted a parking agreement. So in accordance with the proposed enabling provision in the community planning permit bylaw and the proposed cash in lieu of parking bylaw, A parking agreement has been drafted and will be required to be signed by the owners of the subject lands and the township pursuant to Section 40 of the Planning Act and registered on title. Again, the draft parking agreement is attached to the staff report as Appendix B. In terms of the cash in lieu of parking fee, based on the jurisdictional review of area municipalities in Muskoka and other similar municipalities in Ontario, it appears that the cash in lieu of parking provisions, processes, and fees vary greatly from one municipality to another based on the community-specific parking needs. The jurisdictional review I refer to is also attached as Appendix D to the staff report. So just as an example, the cash in lieu parking fees can range from $500 a space to over $70,000 per space. In looking at the municipalities in the District of Muskoka specifically, Huntsville's fee is $7,500 per space, Bracebridge is $2,000 per space, Gravenhurst is $7,500 per space, and Muskoka Lakes is $3,000 per space. Based on the jurisdictional review, staff would propose $3,000 per space to be consistent with the only other township in the District of Muskoka that charges a cash in lieu parking fee with similar sized communities. However, the cash in lieu parking fee is at the discretion of council if you wish to adjust it. As cash in lieu parking would be a new program in the township of Lake of Bays, the number of applications and the total requests are unknown at this time. Therefore, staff will monitor the program and return to council should any amendments to the bylaw and/or fees be needed at that time. So you also see in the staff report some suggested spending priorities for the funds collected through cash in lieu. So in consultation with relevant township departments, there are a number of potential projects identified for development and improvement of municipal parking infrastructure should cash in lieu parking be implemented. So some ideas include paving, resurfacing, and painting existing parking areas. This could be for parking lots as well as on-street parking on the township roads. Active transportation such as sidewalks, trails, and streetscapes. Signage for parking areas, lighting for parking areas. Purchase of new land to create new parking areas, and creating new parking areas on existing municipal land. Any cash in lieu of parking amount shall be paid into a special account or reserve fund in accordance with the Planning Act, whereby the balance of this account will be reported annually to council. Each year, it is recommended that municipal parking infrastructure projects be identified based on the balance of this account for council's consideration. So in conclusion, at this time, staff are presenting the draft bylaw, agreement, application form, and fees to implement cash in lieu parking in the township based on direction received at the April 29th meeting. Now, this is for council and public review and comments, and staff recommend that the final bylaw and associated documents be brought forward to a subsequent council planning matters meeting for a decision. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Questions? Does anyone have any? Councillor Anderson?
Am I allowed to go with comments, Your Honor? At this point, great. Thanks, April. I love the concept of cash in lieu. I think it's a really worthwhile thing to do. I think it can really serve a purpose for the community and for the business owners. I'm kind of quoting a couple of things I heard a little earlier. Reduce impediments for expansion. Cost of starting small businesses are huge and difficult. So I see these fees as way too much. I think what we want to do is be encouraging businesses to at least come forward and say, hey, yeah, I really need more parking. And so I'm looking at something substantially less. Like, I know you guys are keenly aware of what it costs to administer these things, but I'd like to see something under $500 for application. And I'd like to see something like maybe $1,000 or $1,200 per parking space or less. Like, I think what we really need to do is encourage this as a possible net gain for some of the small businesses.
Thank you. I was going to add, could this be used as a form of attracting small business to the area? Say we put a deadline on it. Say we even said for the next 5 years, the business has to be up and going within the 5 years or within the next few years, and then we review it. We give them some sort of an enticement, some sort of a reason to come to the area and start a small business in one of these commercially zoned properties that are in the downtown core to develop the area a little bit quicker. Is that something that, I'll go to council first. Is that something, council, that you think's an idea? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. I think that's what I was kind of trying to get at with smaller fees. And you're attracting people. They're saying, oh, it is viable for me to come into this community. I can actually pull this one off because I'm not, you look at if Johnson's didn't exist in Dorset and they're going to come and build and he's got 0 parking spaces and all of a sudden he needs 10, then currently he's at major bucks to try to get going. So I'm just thinking that we need to have a really small amount of money as an incentive for these guys to come on board.
Okay, so to carry on to that discussion, with regards to the total amounts, are you able to, can you throw them up on the screen or are you just gonna do them and ask council what they want on? Okay, great, thank you.
Yep, through your Mayor Glover. So currently for the application itself, we were proposing $800 for the application fee for, again, staff time and as well as based on the jurisdiction review. And then we're also proposing the $3,000 per space if someone was applying for cash in lieu. So yeah, we'd be looking for direction from council as to what fees, if you would like to reduce them or revise them, that's the opportunity today to provide direction to council or
Okay,
staff.
something I want to add just before we get into this. As far as the application fee, that part, I think I would leave it. Because you are able to then even waive the fees for all the rest. The point is that you want to make sure people are serious, they want to do this. That's not a big fee to come in and say, because in fact, you could come in with an $800 fee and get yourself organized with regards to parking and paying nothing per space. Do you understand? Because council has the ability to waive those and then take it from there. So my personal opinion is that the administrative fee isn't high. That's just it. Now I'll open up the floor. Who wants to, Councillor Goddard.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. I was going to say waive the fee, but that's okay. I would say about $1,000, $1,000 to $1,500 per space. That would be a really good start. And if they wanted 10 spots, can we not put like a better rate? Do you see what I mean? Per every 5 or every 10, reduce the rate. Is that possible?
If I could ask, I'll come back. Let's start with just the administrative fee. Where are we with that?
I think that's fine. Just leave that alone, the administration fee.
We're okay with that? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so do we need to vote on that or like I see 2 in favor of the fee, myself and 1 there. So we'll let that one go with $800 for the fee. Okay, that covers the first part. Okay, now to Councillor Goddard is suggesting 1,000 to 1,500 per space.
If they require 10, give them a better rate. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Mayor Glover. In my research in the jurisdiction review, I didn't see that in a lot of other municipalities, but certainly if that's something council would like to entertain.
Okay, I saw Councillor Tapp.
I think 3,000 is too high. I'd look at more like 1,000 or 1,500 maximum for spaces.
Okay, let's leave with that part A and then we'll go to part B. So I've got 2 in favor of 1 to 1,500 per space. Remember, council can deal with that per application. So, okay, open up to Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, this is a one-time fee. They pay whatever it is, 1,000, 3,000, it's one time, that's it. Can we look at, if they are a brand new business, could we stay with a little higher number than what I'm hearing? But amortize it over the first 3 years? So
I applied for a degree in math and you have to be a little more clear. Okay, so you're suggesting that,
so if it would, let's say it's $3,000.
so you want to be 3,000 per
So
space.
well, that's what the recommendation was by planning. So if we were to stay with planning's recommendation of $3,000, could we request as a brand new business, they pay $1,000 year 1, $1,000 year 2, $1,000 in year 3, then they're free and clear. Because as a new business, as you know, they may not last 3 years.
Yeah, and at first, money's tough to come by, assuming they're not tremendously successful. So I'll go to April. She's ready to push the button.
Yeah, through you, Mayor
Go
Glover.
ahead.
So just for council's background, the fee is to be included in the bylaw. So for enforcement's sake or simplicity's sake, that might be challenging to enforce and make sure that we track it over 3 years from a kind of an administrative financial perspective, if that makes sense. But again, that would be at the discretion of council.
Okay, well, let's see if we hear more. Oh, you didn't want to talk, Councilor Anderson. You just sat up and you stretched your legs. Okay, so we're looking for the amount. I've got a 1,015 and 1,015, right? Are you going again, Councilor Cry? Is that your hand up? Oh, okay, go ahead.
But you know where I'm gonna go with it, Mr. Mayor. Anyways, when I was looking at all the comparisons and I, you know, it says Muskoka Lake's $3,000. Well, but we're not Port Carling. I wish we were. And as I scroll down, Gananoque was $500. As we all know, every year prices go up. If we start low, my idea would be to start low, whether it's 500 or whatever council decides, start low, and every year you're going to review it. So if it needs to go up, it goes up, but it's never going to go down. You don't start high and go down. You start low and go up. So to me, if we were looking at accumulating this money for new businesses and we were expecting a great influx where we could buy land, or if we could develop a whole lot of new parking spots, then I'd be all for 1,000, 3,000. But realistically, we're not looking at right now a lot of new businesses coming into Lake of Bays. So to me, to keep it low, keep the price low so people will hopefully come. And then as they get here 10 years down the road, or you know, you're going to raise it every year. So to me, you start low and go up. So my suggestion would be $500. And then, you know, you're looking at it every year to see whether or not you need to raise it.
Okay, first, I'm not sure we want to look at it every year, but could we put a caveat that in, say, 5 years we review it? Could we put that as a, go ahead?
I thought every bylaw we review every year anyways. If it's a money flow, isn't it a every year review?
Is that correct? Sorry, I'm wrong then, if that's correct.
Well, we can review it every year, certainly, or if you'd like to put a caveat in for 5
Oh,
years,
no,
that's fine.
if we do it every year, I was trying to, if we do all our fees every year, I didn't realize that. Okay, so your suggestion is $500. Okay, I'm looking for more suggestions, council. Councilor Brooks.
Mayor, I can't see going less than 1,000.
Okay, I need some more counselors to say what they'd like. I've got, okay, you've dropped from 1,500. We're gonna have to make a decision because we're not ordering dinner. So we're between, we've got a 500, we've got 1,000 and 1,000. Counselor Bobard.
I'm gonna say 500 because I don't think you're gonna get a million applications. It'll be here and there every few years.
Okay, so now the score's even, 2-2. Counselor Anderson.
I'm happy with 500. I
3
was
to
looking
2,
for lower.
4 to 2. There you go. So the number is $500.
Through Mayor Glover, if you're okay with it, maybe we can amend the resolution to that effect.
I hope I didn't write on it. It's this one here.
Just take a short recess.
Okay, is there any other part of it that we might have to amend, or are we good?
I have one question that came to mind.
Yes,
Not
go
my
ahead,
point,
sir.
And it's probably because I missed it the first time we went through. Food trucks on other existing properties that are taking up parking spots. You've got the cheese place in the liquor store parking lot. How does that all play into all of this?
Through Mayor Glover. So a food truck or a movable food outlet in our bylaw requires a minimum of 2 parking spaces. Yeah.
So hang on, you made a good point. So you're saying if a food truck comes in, they only need 2 spaces. But if a restaurant comes in, they need 40.
Now, a food truck, again,
Except
perhaps
the
I
lineup
can
goes out
speak
in
to
blocks,
that, is
higher
that
than-
it's accessory to a restaurant or another retail establishment. But again, his department deals with the food trucks.
Okay, Taka, could you clarify for us? I'm not sure it's an accessory.
Sorry,
Okay.
could you just?
Okay, so if a food truck comes to town, how many parking spaces does it need as a food truck?
I believe a food truck needs 2, yes.
How many?
2?
He
Yeah.
whispered, so I wouldn't get angry.
Sorry.
Okay, 2. Councillor Croy.
Well, that brings up a good point.
It sure
Because I've
does.
seen the hot dog stand at the corner have at least 15 cars there at one time. Parked all along 117 Road 2 and the liquor store parking lot behind. So I don't know how, but you can't enforce it. No one would ever be able to go up by and enforce it.
Okay, so my next question is this. Are we outside what we're talking about? That's another discussion. Okay, that's another one. So hold on to that for the next time we talk about that. Councillor Tapley.
You may have shut the door on this one. Are food trucks not mostly on private property?
Okay, so that's outside this, what we're talking about here. So I'm pushing it to that other file. That's gonna happen whenever that happens. But Taka knows we're interested in that conversation, so he's gonna start thinking about that. Other questions? We're at, what the heck are we at here? Do you need anything else?
Thank you, Mayor Glover. So yes, the resolution will amend to include the $500 per parking space for the cash in lieu. Is there any other comments or questions in terms of the documents attached to the staff report and the agreement, bylaw? Anything else? That's all I'd be looking for, Mayor Glover.
Anything else? You're gonna have time if there isn't, because we're not approving the whole thing today.
Just a question on what you said before, Mr. Mayor. If they came to council and for some reason they were opening up a restaurant and they needed like 50 spots and they only had room for 20, council could, if they wanted to, waive all fees. Isn't that what you said at one time?
Are we going to recess? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna take a short break. We'll be back in 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Okay, thanks.
Okay, we're back. We're back a little early, but we're back. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Papard and seconded by Councillor Brooks. But first, I want to go to the public. Is there anyone in the public watching us that would like to make comment? I'm going to ask again. Moved by Councillor Papard, seconded by Councillor Brooks. Whereas the Council for Planning Matters, the Corporation of the Township of Lake Bay hereby receives a staff report, cash in lieu of parking dated June 24th, 2025. And whereas the Township's Community Improvement Plan recommended that a review of the parking provisions be conducted to reduce impediments to business expansion, as well as review the parking requirements for new and expanding businesses to determine how parking could be accommodated off-site. And further, that at a public meeting held on April 29, 2025, to consider township-wide amendments to the parking provisions in Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2021-111, staff at a later date, staff presented an overview of a cash in lieu parking, whereby council directed staff to return to council at a later date with a cash in lieu of parking bylaw, application and proposed amendment to the fees and charges bylaw for council's consideration. Therefore, be it resolved that the final cash in lieu of parking bylaw application agreement and amendments to the township's fees and charges bylaw be brought forward to a subsequent council for planning matters meeting with revisions based on discussions at the meeting to include cash in lieu of parking fee of $500 per space. All in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. Thank you. This thing going into closed. Okay, I have a resolution moved by Councillor Croy, seconded by Councillor Papard. Be it resolved that in accordance with section 239(1), and 3.1 of the Municipal Act, C25 SO 2001 is amended, the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays will convene in closed session at 2:06 p.m. for discussions regarding administration, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board, employees, labor relations, or employee negotiation, and then the closed session minutes from March 25th, 2025 planning, April 29th, 2025 planning, May 27th, 2025 planning. All those in favor? Thanks, folks. We're going into closed session. We'll come back after close and report on closed session.
Okay, we're back. Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Brooks. Be resolved, the Council Corporation of the Township of Lincoln Bay is reconvened at 3:08 PM in open session and report on matters discussed in closed session. All those in favor? It's carried. And the bylaw, the Corporation of the Township of Lincoln Bay is bylaw number 2025-105, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the June 24th, 2025 Council for Planning Matters meeting. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Goddard, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Be it resolved, the Council Corporation of the Township of Lincoln Bay hereby adjourns at 3:08 to meet again on July 8th, 2025 at 9 AM in a hybrid meeting setting. All those in favor? Thanks everyone for joining us today. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council. That was a long day. Appreciate all the good work we did. Have yourself a great day. Be safe. Bye for now.